Then the slope shifted under my right foot, and I grabbed a root and held. And by the time I stabilized, he was another 20 feet below me through the brush, and I couldn't see him clearly. I called down. He called back up, and that's when it started. I don't know how to fully explain what was wrong about his voice. It sounded exactly like him. The pitch, the rhythm, the way he'd been talking all day. But the answers were off. I asked which direction the gully ran, whether he could see the creek. He said something about the trees moving. I asked if he could weight his ankle. He said I should follow the sound to the left. That's not how Jake answered questions. I called down again, asked him specifically if he was hurt badly enough that I should call 911 now, or if he thought he could come up. His voice came back from further left this time, saying to follow him down. He'd been directly below me 40 seconds ago. I stopped moving. I stood on that slope in the October light and I listened, and his voice came again, from further left still, calling my name, telling me to come this way, come toward him. It sounded exactly like him. If I'd closed my eyes and just listened, I would have sworn he was 10 feet away. I called his name at full volume and asked him to tell me something only he would know. There was a pause. Then his voice said, "Chris, just follow me down." I turned around and went back up the slope. I have no clean explanation for why I stopped following the voice. Something in my gut made the decision before my brain finished processing it. The answers were wrong. The direction kept changing. And whatever was making that sound wanted me to follow it down toward the creek. And some part of me that operates below rational thought understood that following it was not something I was going to survive. I got back to the shelter. I grabbed the flashlights and called down the slope for Jake a dozen more times and heard nothing. I called his cell. No signal. I kept calling. At 6 in the evening, with the light completely gone, I hiked out to the trailhead and called 911. Search and rescue went in at first light. They found Jake 4 hours into the search, at the bank of the creek, a quarter mile from where he'd fallen, face down in 3 inches of water. I won't describe in detail what the report said about the condition of his body, about what had been done to him, the extent of the damage, the force required to produce it. What I will tell you is that when the detective showed me the summary weeks later, the word he used was catastrophic. He told me the creek bank around Jake was disturbed over a wide area. He told me whatever happened there wasn't quick. Jake's GoPro survived inside the sealed chest harness. When they reviewed the footage, my voice was on it. Clear, identifiable, time-stamped. The footage shows Jake picking himself up at the bottom of the gully, ankle badly hurt, beginning to make his way back up the slope toward where I'd been standing. And my voice, the exact sound of me, my cadence, the way I say his name, can be heard on that footage directing him. "Go down, Jake. Toward the water. This way, come down here." The footage follows him for 22 minutes as he makes his way down the gully toward the creek, following my voice. In the entire footage, I am never visible, just the voice guiding him. The footage ends when Jake reaches the creek bank. He's filming the water when the footsteps start behind him. Heavy, irregular, wrong in their rhythm. Jake begins to turn. The camera goes to black. The detective sat across from me and asked me to explain why my voice was on that footage. I showed him my own GoPro. Continuous record, time-stamped. During every minute that my voice can be heard on Jake's camera directing him toward the creek, I am visibly on the slope above, at the shelter, or hiking out. The timelines didn't allow for what they were suggesting. They couldn't charge me. But the lead investigator told me off the record that the case was going to be classified undetermined. He said he'd spent 15 years in that county, and that there were older incidents from that same drainage that looked similar. He didn't elaborate. I didn't ask him to. The case is still open. Officially, they don't know what killed Jake. Officially, there is no explanation for whose voice is on that footage leading him down to the water. Something in those woods had been watching us long enough to learn how we sounded. It used my voice to move Jake away from me, and Jake's voice to try to move me down toward the creek. When I stopped following it, it settled for one of us. I turned around on that slope. Jake followed the voice to the water. I think about that every single day, about the gap between those two choices, and how thin that gap was, and how easily it could have been me face down in that creek, and Jake sitting in an interview room unable to explain why his voice was on my camera. The case is still open. It's going to stay that way. We bought the house because of the backyard. That was my wife's non-negotiable. She wanted privacy, green space, somewhere our daughter could play without the whole street watching. Our lot backs directly up to the tree line, with just a wooden fence and about 20 feet of overgrown grass between the yard and the woods. Dense, second-growth forest, the kind that looks impenetrable once the leaves fill in. By July, you can't see more than 8 or 10 feet into it. We knew the woods were there the same way you know a highway is nearby when you live close enough long enough. You stop registering it. It just becomes part of the background. For the first 5 years, nothing happened back there except normal, edge-of-suburb wildlife. A coyote that sent our old dog into a panic for half an hour. Deer at the fence line in the early morning. A fox kit once that my daughter named and checked on every day until it disappeared. We loved the house. We felt settled and private in the particular way you feel settled when a place has stopped feeling new and started feeling like yours. My daughter was 6 years old that October. She has a very specific voice, not loud in a difficult way, just relentlessly present, in every room, narrating her own existence. She makes up songs while she brushes her teeth. She provides commentary on everything she's doing as she does it. And she has a specific way of calling for me, a 2-syllable version of my name that has a particular cadence, a slight drop on the second syllable, a quality that is entirely and only hers. I have heard it thousands of times from every room of every house we have ever lived in. I would know it in a crowd of 1,000 sounds. My wife was away that week, visiting her sister in another state. It was a Tuesday night in mid-October. I put my daughter to bed at 8, cleaned up the kitchen, poured a drink, sat down on the couch. The house was in that specific quiet that exists when a child is genuinely asleep. Not empty, just settled. I remember feeling at ease. I want to name that specifically because of how completely and permanently it ended. At 10:30, I heard my daughter calling me from the backyard. My response was automatic. I was off the couch and moving toward the kitchen before I had consciously processed what I heard. Pure parental reflex. She called, I was going. I got to the back door and had my hand on the handle and was about to turn it when something stopped me. Not a thought exactly, more like a physical hesitation, a stutter in the sequence of movements, as if some part of my body had already understood something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I stood at the door and listened. The voice came again. My name. Her exact voice. That specific cadence, that slight drop at the end. Coming from beyond the fence, not from inside the house, not from the yard on my side of the fence, from outside, in that strip of overgrown grass between the fence and the tree line, the 20 feet of no man's land that nobody maintains and nobody goes into. My daughter's voice, in the dark, at 10:30 at night, calling my name from out there. I went to her room. She was asleep. Completely, deeply asleep in the way 6-year-olds sleep when they're genuinely out. Heavy breathing, not moving. I stood in the doorway for a full 2 minutes watching her chest rise and fall before I walked to her bedside and stood close enough to feel the warmth coming off her. I pulled her blanket up. She didn't stir. Back in the kitchen, I turned off all the interior lights so I could see outside without being visible from outside. I stood at the window and looked at the yard and the fence and the dark strip beyond it. The motion sensor light on the back of the garage illuminates the yard up to the fence line, but barely reaches past it. At the exact boundary of that light, at the point where the light gives out and the darkness starts, something was standing there. Vertical, tall in a way that didn't sit right, or proportioned in a way that read as too tall, I still can't fully distinguish which. Completely still. Not still in the way a person is still when they're trying not to be noticed. That always has a quality of held breath, of effort. This was still the way something is still when stillness is simply its natural state. It was facing the house. It was at the edge of my light range, at my back fence, at 10:30 at night, and it had been using my daughter's voice. It called one more time while I stood at the window, identical to the previous calls. Same words, same rhythm, same pause at the end. Not louder, not more urgent, the same. Then it stopped. Not because it left. It was still there at the fence when I called the police. It was gone by the time the officer arrived 20 minutes later. The officer found nothing. He noted specifically that the ground beyond the fence was soft from rain 2 days before, and that there should have been tracks if anything large had been standing there. He used the word prankster. He drove away and I stood in my kitchen alone at midnight with a 6-year-old asleep upstairs. I didn't sleep that night. In the days that followed, I worked hard to find explanations. Sound travels strangely through trees. Sleep deprivation. A neighbor's child. I needed it to be one of those things because the alternative had implications I wasn't ready to sit with. Then I remembered what my neighbor's son had told me 3 weeks before that night. He's 9, observant in the way children are before adults teach them to second-guess what they see. He'd knocked on my front door one afternoon and told me he'd seen someone standing in my backyard near the fence at dusk. Standing completely still, facing the house. He'd thought it was me. I had been at work all day. I hadn't been home until after 6. Whatever my neighbor's son saw standing at my fence in the early evening, it wasn't me. That means whatever used my daughter's voice that night had been visiting my backyard for at least 3 weeks before it spoke. Standing at the fence, watching the windows, learning the layout, learning the routines, learning who was in the house and when, and most importantly, learning which voice would get the back door opened without hesitation, in the dark, in the middle of the night, without a single second of doubt. I replaced the fence with a 6-foot privacy fence before winter. I put motion lights along the entire back perimeter on a timer. My daughter is 8 now. She asked me once why we have so many lights outside. I told her it was to keep deer from eating the garden. She believed that. I'm in no hurry to take it away from her. I want to start with the geography because it matters. My neighborhood is the kind of suburb that looks completely ordinary from the main road. Identical houses on a curved street, shared driveways, everyone's recycling bins out on the same morning. But the street backs up to a state forest on 3 sides, the lots deep and narrow. The tree line close enough that on gray days in winter, you can smell the wet pine from the front porch. It's one of those neighborhoods where the suburb and the wilderness haven't fully decided which one owns the land. I've always liked that about it. That ambiguity has cost me something I don't think I'm getting back. This was a Wednesday in February. I'd been working late. The kind of late where you're the last car in the lot and the building security checks your floor before they leave. I left around 11:30, drove the 40 minutes home through steady rain, the kind of cold February rain that isn't quite freezing, but makes every surface slick and gray. The street was dark and quiet when I turned onto it. Porch lights on a few houses, everyone else in for the night. I pulled into my driveway, cut the engine, reached for my bag. The headlights stayed on for the 30-second timer before they went out. In those 30 seconds, I saw it. It was standing at the far end of the driveway near the side of the house, where the driveway runs alongside the garage and opens into the side yard before the backyard fence and the tree line begin. Standing fully upright, side on to the car, caught in the full beam of my headlights. 7.5 feet, maybe 8. Broad across the shoulders in a way that seemed wrong against the narrow passage between the garage wall and the side fence. It had its head turned toward the car. The muzzle was the first specific thing I could name. Long and tapered, the ears above it tall and pointed. The whole head carried on a neck that was too thick and too short for a human body, but correct for the thing that head belonged to. The rest of it was a body, arms, torso, 2 legs planted wide in the wet concrete of the driveway, the fur across its back and shoulders flattened and darkened by the rain. It was standing in my driveway in the rain at 11:30 at night, and it was between me and my front door. The headlights went out. I did not get out of the car. I want to be precise about what happened in the next 20 minutes because the detail matters. I sat in the car in the dark with the engine off and my keys in my hand, and I did not move. The car had gone dark and I could no longer see what was at the end of the driveway. I could not see my front door. I could not see the side yard or the fence or the tree line. I sat in the dark listening to the rain on the roof of the car and trying to hear anything beyond it. I heard breathing, not through the car, through the window on the driver's side, close enough to register above the rain, deep and slow. A rhythm that did not belong to anything that should have been standing on my driveway. It was close, closer than the end of the driveway where I'd seen it. It had moved while the lights were out. I turned the car back on, not to drive, just for the lights. The driveway was empty. The side yard, the fence, the tree line visible at the rear. Nothing. Whatever had been there was gone. I sat in the running car with the lights on for another 5 minutes before I trusted the driveway enough to open the door. I walked to the front door in the rain with my keys out and my back to the car the entire time, and got inside and locked every lock in the house. In the morning, I checked the driveway. The rain had been heavy enough to wash most marks away, but at the point where the driveway meets the side yard, in the narrow strip of dirt along the garage wall where the concrete ends, there were impressions. 2 of them, deep, the front portion of a very large bipedal footprint, the heel washed out by the overnight rain. Large enough and shaped in a way that I photographed them, and then didn't show the photographs to anyone for 2 months. My neighbor across the street knocked on my door the following Saturday. He'd heard something in his backyard Thursday night, the night after mine, and found his back gate open in the morning, latch broken from the outside, the wood of the gate frame cracked where something had pushed through it. He wanted to know if I'd noticed anything unusual. I told him I'd heard something in the driveway Wednesday night. I described the size. He looked at me for a moment, and then said he'd heard from the couple at the end of the street that their dog had been refusing to go into the backyard for the past 3 weeks. We stood on my porch in the rain, not saying what we were both thinking. He went home. I went inside. I booked a motion-activated floodlight for the driveway that afternoon and installed it the next morning, and it has never triggered in the 14 months since. Not once. Not even for a deer. I don't know if that means it stopped coming. I think it means it learned where the light covers. We were 4 people, and nobody talks about that trip anymore. Not because nothing happened, because we all know exactly what happened, and none of us have figured out what to do with it. You don't bring up something like that at Thanksgiving. You don't text about it. You just let it sit there between the 4 of you and hope it eventually calcifies into something you can live with. It was the summer after our junior year of college. Me, Danny, Priya, and Marcus. We'd been close since freshman orientation, the kind of tight that only forms when you're all new somewhere at the same time. The Black Hills trip was Marcus's idea. He'd grown up in South Dakota, wanted to show us the good parts before we graduated and scattered to different cities. We drove out in Danny's truck. 3 days, 2 nights, a trail system Marcus knew well. Day 1 was genuinely beautiful. The hills have this strange geology, open sky, nothing like the East Coast forest the rest of us were used to. We made camp in a flat clearing off the main trail, maybe a 1.5 miles from the trailhead. Good fire, bad camp food, Marcus doing his terrible impression of a park ranger. Easy night. Night 2 is when things shifted. We'd been around the fire for a few hours. Late, maybe 11 or midnight. Priya had already gone to her tent, Just the three of us left, mostly quiet, the kind of comfortable silence that only happens with people you've known long enough to not need to fill it. Marcus said he needed to use the bathroom and walked off into the trees. We had a rule on the trip. Don't go more than 50 feet from camp, stay within earshot. He took his headlamp and went left, into the pines behind his tent. 5 minutes later, someone walked back into the firelight and sat down. Sat down in Marcus's camp chair, on the wrong side of the fire. I noticed it first, but I didn't say anything. I told myself I'd mixed up which side he'd been on. Danny was poking at the fire and hadn't looked up yet, and the person in the chair was Marcus. Same jacket, same build, same face when the firelight hit it. Danny looked up and said something to him. A callback to a bit we'd had going since day one, our kind of shorthand, the sort of reference that requires 3 years of shared context to even parse. The thing in the chair smiled, but didn't respond to it. Just smiled a beat too long, staring into the fire. I looked at Danny. Danny looked at me. Neither of us said anything out loud. It sat with us for maybe 20 minutes. It answered direct questions but kept answers short. It didn't initiate anything. It didn't have Marcus's timing, that easy back and forth he always had. Everything came back a half-second late, like something processing and then generating a response. We both kept conversation minimal. I think we did it instinctively, neither one of us willing to name out loud what we were already both feeling. Then the real Marcus walked back into camp. He'd gone further than he meant to, he said. Lost track of the 50-foot rule. He looked at the chair, his chair, on the wrong side of the fire, and looked at us and said, "What?" We looked at the chair. It was empty. We hadn't heard anything stand up. We hadn't seen it move. The fire hadn't shifted. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of brush, nothing. It was just gone. The three of us stood there in the firelight and nobody said what we were all thinking. Danny said he was tired and went to his tent. Marcus sat down on the correct side of the fire and stared at the coals. I watched the tree line for another hour before I finally gave up and got in my sleeping bag. In the morning, we broke camp and left without finishing the third day. On the drive home, about 2 hours in, Danny said quietly from the back seat, "That wasn't Marcus that sat down." Nobody disagreed. Marcus said just as quietly, "I know." We never talked about what it was doing during those 20 minutes, what it was waiting for, whether it was learning something, taking something, or just watching, whether the real Marcus came back exactly the same as he'd left. I think about it more than I want to admit. What would have happened if Danny had pushed on the inside joke and it had failed the test? Whether it knew it had failed, whether that's why it left when the real Marcus came back, or whether it left for a different reason entirely. Marcus seems fine. He's the same person I've known for years. I just notice sometimes that his timing is a little different than it used to be. A half-second late. Probably nothing. I booked the cabin in October when the idea of a week alone in the northern Minnesota woods in January sounded like exactly what I needed. I'd been through a bad year. My divorce had finalized in September. I'd moved into an apartment I hated, and I wanted silence and cold and physical work and the specific peace that comes from a week with no obligations and no people. The cabin was remote, a 40-minute drive on an unmaintained forest road from the nearest town. No cell service, a propane generator for heat and basic electricity. I'd done solo winter camping before. I wasn't worried. The smell came the first night. I didn't identify it as a smell immediately. It arrived so gradually, sometime around midnight, that I was half asleep when I registered it. Sweet decay. The sweetness underneath stronger than the rot. Something organic and wrong that I spent 10 minutes lying awake trying to locate in the cabin before understanding it was coming from outside. I got up, checked the porch, the side of the cabin, the perimeter. Nothing. A clear night, -10, the snow undisturbed around the cabin. I went back to bed and told myself it was a frozen deer carcass somewhere in the trees and the wind had shifted. That was a reasonable explanation. I used it. The second night the smell returned, stronger, and with it came sound. Something moving in the snow around the cabin. Not one pass, circling, slow and continuous, the compression of frozen ground under significant weight, a circuit that took approximately 4 minutes per rotation. I lay in the dark and counted rotations. 7 times around the cabin before it stopped. I did not go to the window. I lay there with my heartbeat too loud and waited for morning. In the daylight I found the deer. It was about 60 feet from the cabin's north face, between 2 birch trees, and it had been there overnight. The snow around it was dark in a wide radius, and already beginning to freeze into a reddish crust. The carcass had been opened from the chest cavity and worked with a precision and completeness that I cannot attribute to any animal in that region. The organs gone. The long muscle masses stripped away from the bones with a thoroughness that left the skeleton almost surgical in its cleanliness. The femurs had been cracked, both of them cleanly, requiring force I don't have a reference point for, and hollowed. Whatever had done this had consumed everything of caloric value from that animal and left the rest arranged in a way that felt considered. Not the scatter of a predator feeding under pressure, something that had taken its time. The tracks leading away from the carcass were bipedal, large, widely spaced, deeply pressed into what was at the time 6 inches of compacted snow over frozen ground. I followed them 20 feet before I stopped and went back inside. The third night I looked out the window. I saw it for perhaps 5 seconds in the moonlight before it moved back into the trees. I have tried many times to describe the scale of it accurately, and I think the most honest description I can give is that it appeared to be the result of something human-shaped being stretched. The same basic architecture of a body, but pulled vertically and horizontally, past the point where it retains any human quality. The height was close to 10 feet. The limbs were wrong in their length. The rib cage was visible through the skin across the front of the torso, not as a subtle anatomical detail, but as individual ribs pressed hard against the inside of the skin, each one distinct, like something trying to get out. The head carried formations of bone that extended upward and outward, in the way dead branches extend from a storm-broken tree, asymmetric and wrong. It stood at the tree line and it was looking at the cabin with the focused attention of something that has been thinking about a problem from multiple angles. It was closer than it had been the night before. The fourth night I barricaded the door with the kitchen table and the larger of the 2 wooden chairs, and sat in the center of the main room with the propane lantern on full, and a hunting knife I knew would do nothing, and waited. At approximately 3 in the morning, the door handle moved. Slowly, fully, the complete range of motion of the handle depressed and held, then released. Then nothing. I left at first light. I didn't pack fully. I took what I could carry quickly and I left the rest. On the way to my truck, I walked close enough to the cabin's perimeter to look at the snow. I wish I hadn't. The tracks around the cabin were multiple circuits, concentrated and overlapping, at least a dozen full rotations, probably more, compressed together in a ring around the building. The ring from the 4th night was close, much closer than the ring from the 3rd night, which was closer than the ring from the 2nd. Whatever it had been doing each night was a calibration. Each night it had determined how close it could get. I looked up the cabin listing when I got home. Buried in the reviews, dated the previous February, a single line from a guest who had stayed 1 night and checked out early, mentioned a smell they couldn't locate, and said they hadn't slept well. 1 star. No further detail. I didn't leave a review. I didn't know how to say what needed to be said in a way that wouldn't get me dismissed. I think about whoever is staying there this winter. I think about it more than I should. My dad is the one who taught me to camp. He's the kind of man who reads trail maps the way other people read newspapers. He knows what cloud formations mean for afternoon weather. He can make a fire in the rain with 2 matches. He's been in the backcountry his whole adult life. He does not spook easily. I'm telling you that so you understand what it meant when we got back to the car that day and he sat in the driver's seat and didn't put the key in the ignition for a long time. just sat there, looking at the windshield. I was 15. Dad and I did a trip every summer, usually a long weekend on whatever section of the Appalachian Trail he wanted to show me that year. This one was in eastern Tennessee, a stretch neither of us had hiked before. 3 days, just the two of us, no other hikers for most of it. The first 2 days were good. We covered solid ground, made camp early both nights, had the kind of conversations that only happen when you're out of cell range and there's nothing to do but walk and talk. I remember thinking it was one of the best trips we'd done. Day 3, we broke camp after breakfast and started back toward the trailhead. 6 miles to cover. About 2 miles in, the trail forked in a way that wasn't clearly marked on our map. Not unusual on the AT. Plenty of informal offshoots, social trails, old hunter paths. My dad studied the map, studied the fork, and said we'd split up to scout. He'd take the left branch, I'd take the right. 100 yards each, see which one looked like a maintained trail. We'd whistle to signal each other and meet back at the fork. I went right. The path curved and I lost sight of the junction behind me. I went about 80 yards, decided the trail was petering out into a deer path, turned around to head back. That's when I heard my dad, from somewhere ahead of me, further down the right side path, away from the fork. His voice, his exact voice, the way he said my name when something was wrong, that specific raised pitch at the end he couldn't fully control no matter how calm he tried to be. My first instinct was to call back and follow. I actually took steps toward it, but something made me stop. The urgency was wrong. My dad is not a panicked person. Even when something's actually wrong, he stays measured. He thinks before he reacts. That's just who he is. I have never in my life heard him sound desperate. This voice had his words but not his restraint. It called again, louder, and the desperation in it was like a performance of what someone thinks a worried father sounds like. Not what my actual father sounds like. And underneath that, if he'd gone left at the fork, how was his voice coming from ahead of me on the right? I turned around and walked back to the junction. Fast. Not running, but close. My dad was already there. He'd come back earlier than he'd planned. He was standing at the fork completely still, and when I came out of the trees, he exhaled like he'd been holding it the entire time. He said, "You didn't follow it, did you?" I told him I'd started to, then stopped. He nodded slowly. He said he'd heard my voice from somewhere behind him on the left path. Not ahead, behind, back toward the fork, from the wrong direction. Calling him by the name I use when I'm genuinely scared, the informal version I only use when it's serious. Telling him I'd found something and he needed to come see. He'd turned around immediately. Said the context was wrong. I'd gone right. My voice was coming from behind him on the left. The geometry didn't work. So he came back. Something had put itself at the end of each path. One copying his voice, one copying mine. Both of them waiting for one of us to be alone and out of earshot before committing to it. We stood at the fork for a minute without speaking. I asked him what he thought it was. He said he didn't know, and he didn't want to find out, and we were leaving. We took the main trail back and didn't stop for breaks. About a mile from the trailhead, my dad paused and looked behind us. I looked too. At the edge of the trail, in the soft ground where the path bordered a wet drainage ditch, there were tracks. Something had been standing there watching us walk away. Not boot prints, not any animal print I recognized. Large, irregular, pressed deep, like whatever made them had been standing in that spot for a long time and was very heavy. My dad took a photo. When we got home, he printed it and showed it to a ranger he knew personally, a guy he'd done trail work with for years. The ranger looked at it without speaking for a while. Then he asked where exactly we'd been. When my dad told him the section, the ranger handed the photo back and said to avoid that stretch of trail for a while. Didn't say why. Didn't ask any follow-up questions. We sat in the parking lot for a long time before my dad started the car. We've done the AT every summer since. Different sections. My dad still scouts trail forks when the map isn't clear. He still goes ahead and sends me the other direction. But now, every single time, before we split up, even for 2 minutes, even within sight of each other, he looks at me and says the same thing. Don't answer anything that calls your name until you can see my face. He's never explained why he started saying it. He doesn't need to. I drive long haul. Not full time anymore. I transitioned out of it a few years ago and I don't miss the schedule. But at the time of this, I'd been doing regional freight routes for about 6 years. 14, 16-hour days depending on the load and the stops. I knew every rest area on every route I ran. I knew which ones had functioning vending machines and which ones were cleaned regularly, and which ones you didn't pull into after midnight if you could avoid it. Not because of anything supernatural, just the normal calculus of being a person alone in a truck at 2 in the morning. This was on an overnight run, a route I'd done dozens of times through rural Pennsylvania. I was about 4 hours from the delivery, and I was tired enough that I'd decided to pull in for an hour rather than push through on caffeine and stubbornness. The rest area I pulled into was one of the quieter ones. A small lot, 2 picnic tables, a single building with bathrooms, no fuel, no food. 3 other vehicles in the lot when I pulled in, all dark, all clearly sleeping drivers doing the same calculation I was. I parked at the end of the row, cracked the windows, set an alarm, and put the seat back. I was asleep within minutes. I woke up to tapping on the passenger window. Not knocking, tapping. Light, patient. The kind of tapping that suggests whoever is doing it has been doing it for a while and has concluded that escalating isn't necessary. I came up from sleep the way you do when something wakes you that you can't immediately identify. Alert, disoriented, not yet sure what I'd heard. I looked at the passenger window. A kid standing at the glass. A boy, young, maybe 11, standing the way a child stands when it is uncertain or cold. It was looking through the window at me with expression that I can only describe as patient. Not worried, not frightened. Patient, the way something is patient when waiting is not a problem for it. My first thought was that something had happened to its family, that it had been in a car with parents who'd taken ill or worse, and it had found the nearest occupied vehicle. That's the thought you have when a child taps on your window at a rest stop at 2 in the morning, because the alternatives are not where your brain goes first. I lowered the passenger window 2 inches. I asked the child what was wrong, if everyone was okay. The boy answered. His voice stopped me in a way I felt before I analyzed. Too even, too controlled in its evenness. Not the control of a child trying to be brave, but the control of something that has no involuntary register to suppress. He said he needed a ride. His parents were at the next stop and he needed to get there. He just needed to get in the truck. The phrase, just needed, landed wrong. Both times he used a version of it. Just needed to come in, just needed to get in. There's something in that word just, the way it minimizes the ask, the way it frames compliance as the small and reasonable thing. Just. It's such a small word to feel so much like pressure. I told him I couldn't take passengers on a freight run. I asked if I should call someone. Police, highway patrol, anyone. He said he didn't need anyone else. He just needed to get in the truck with me. The repetition of that structure was the thing that finally broke through whatever was still explaining this to itself as an emergency situation involving real children. The repetition was too precise. Human conversation has variation. Even children repeating a request change something about it each time. The pitch, the words, the urgency. This was identical. Like a phrase being run again rather than a child trying a different approach. I looked at him more carefully through the 2 inches of open window. The kid was looking at me steadily, not with the wide eyes of a frightened child, not with the calculating look of a child who knows he is asking for something he might not get, looking at me the way something looks at an obstacle. and the light from the rest area lamp fell across his face at an angle that showed me his eyes. I felt the wrongness of them before I could process the specific detail. It took another second to understand what I was seeing, that there was no white, no color, no variation at all. That the eyes in his face were the same from edge to edge, solid and black, catching no light and giving none back. He was looking at me with those eyes, and the boy said, in the same flat, even voice, that he really needed to get in the truck. I put the window up, not slowly, all the way up, immediately, the button held down until the glass was sealed. He stood at the window for a moment, not reacting, not stepping back, just standing there looking at the glass. And then the boy placed one hand flat against the passenger window and held it there for what felt like a long time, maybe 30 seconds. And then he turned and walked away into the dark of the parking lot, and I could not see where he went. I started the truck. I didn't finish the rest of my sleep. I drove the remaining 4 hours with both windows sealed and the interior light on and the radio loud. I delivered the load and drove home and called in sick for 3 days, which I had never done before in 6 years of that job. I looked up the rest area online when I got home. In a local community forum, I found a thread from 8 months before my encounter. Someone else had pulled in there overnight and described 2 children tapping on their window. They'd cracked the window and the children had asked to get in. They'd said no and driven away. They described the eyes in the same words I would have used, which I know because I read their words before I found my own. That thread had 11 views. 9 of them were people dismissing it. 2 of them were people who said they believed it because of something they'd seen or heard themselves. None of them said where else it had happened. I think about those 2 replies more than anything else, because 11 is not a small number of people to have read a forum post about a child with black eyes at a rest stop, and only 2 of them had something to add. I wonder sometimes what the other 9 had seen. I work overnight at a distribution center about 20 minutes from home. The shift runs 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., though on good nights I'm out by 5:30. I've done that drive home in the dark more times than I can count. Highway to county road, 2 lefts, into the driveway. By the time I'm pulling in, I'm not thinking about much, just the coffee I'll make before I sleep. The first night it happened, I almost didn't register it. Thursday, mid-October, around 2:20 in the morning. I turned into the driveway and the headlights swept across the far end of it and caught a figure standing near the sidewalk, facing the street, back to the house. My wife's build, my wife's height, the gray fleece robe she wears when it's cold. I said her name before I'd consciously processed what I was seeing. She didn't move. I cut the engine and called her name out the window. Nothing. Got out and walked toward the end of the driveway, and when I was about 15 feet away, there was nothing there. Not fled, not moved. Just nothing. Empty driveway. No sound of footsteps. No movement anywhere. I went inside. She was in bed. Had been since 10. The robe was on the hook behind the bathroom door. I told myself it was exhaustion. 2 a.m., long shift, headlights casting shadows. I convinced myself I'd seen something and filled in the shape with something familiar. I didn't mention it. It happened the next week. Same spot, same time. I sat in the car for a few minutes this time and watched before getting out. The figure stood completely still. Didn't sway, didn't shift its weight. Didn't do anything a person standing in the cold would naturally do. Just stood there. I got out and walked toward it, and it was gone when I reached the end of the driveway. My wife asleep. Robe on the hook. After the 3rd time I told her. Kept it factual, tried not to alarm her. She listened and got quiet in that way she does when something actually worries her. We checked the Ring camera. I pulled up the footage from the nights I'd seen the figure. The doorbell cam covers the full driveway, including the end near the sidewalk. On the timestamps that matched, my car arriving, me getting out, me walking to the end of the driveway, the footage shows exactly that. My car. Me. Me standing at the end of the driveway for a minute before going inside. The end of the driveway is completely empty in every frame. Whatever I was looking at, the camera doesn't see it. We didn't say much after watching those clips. Just sat in the kitchen with the footage paused on my screen. I kept seeing it about once a week. Not every night. Most nights the driveway was clear. But often enough that I started slowing down on the street before I turned in, checking. Some nights nothing. Some nights it was there. Same spot, same posture, same robe. The last time was a Friday in early November. I pulled in slowly and it was there, but angled differently. Not fully facing the street. Turned a few degrees toward the house, toward me as I came in. And the head was tilted. Just a few degrees to one side. The way you tilt when you're listening to something faint you can't quite locate. I sat in the car and watched it for 4 minutes. I timed it. It didn't move. I didn't move. A car passed on the street, and its headlights crossed the end of the driveway, and for half a second the figure was fully lit. The tilt was wrong. The angle of the head didn't correspond to any point in the neck where a spine would allow that movement. Like the head was balanced on something that didn't have the right joints to make that angle happen naturally. The car passed. The driveway went dark. I went inside and didn't look back. I haven't seen it since. But about a week after the last time, my wife ran into our neighbor across the street. The neighbor mentioned, almost casually, that she'd seen my wife standing at the end of our driveway several times over the past month. Late at night, odd hours. Said she'd thought about coming over to check everything was okay, but hadn't wanted to intrude. My wife has never stood in that driveway in the middle of the night. Not once. The neighbor saw it too. From across the street, in the dark, it looked like my wife. The Ring camera saw empty space. 2 different observers, 2 completely different results. I've turned that over 100 times and I can't make it make sense. What it means is that whatever was standing at the end of my driveway was visible to the human eye and invisible to a camera. And it looked convincingly enough like my wife that a neighbor across the street had no reason to doubt it. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know why it came back every week, why it stood in the same spot, why it wore that specific shape. But I think about the tilt of the head in those last few seconds. Like something listening very carefully to a specific sound, the sound of my routine, the sound of a night that repeats itself the same way over and over, learning the schedule. I try not to think too long about what it would do with that. I've been working trails for 8 years. Before that, 2 years as a seasonal tech. I know the Appalachians the way some people know their own backyard. The way the light falls through a ridgeline in October, which creek beds flood and when, how long it takes for bear activity to push a deer corridor a half-mile east. I'm not someone who gets rattled. I've had black bears bluff charge from 10 feet out. I've pulled bodies from gorges. I've done overnight backcountry rotations in February when the wind makes the trees sound like something's screaming. I don't talk about Section 12 anymore. What I'm going to tell you happened over 6 weeks in late summer, 3 years ago. I've never reported it in full. I filed the incident reports for the physical findings. Those are on record. I left out everything else. If I'd written what I actually experienced, I'd be talking to a different kind of professional right now. Maybe I still should. The first thing happened on a Tuesday in August. Nothing dramatic, and that's exactly the part that makes you dismiss it early. I was doing a routine sweep of the backcountry access trail off the north end of the park, Section 12A, which runs along a ridgeline above a creek drainage that doesn't see much foot traffic. Maybe a dozen permitted hikers bother with it in a full season. Dense mixed hardwood, good elevation, a hard slog for low reward. Beautiful country. Nothing usually there. I found the deer about a quarter mile off the marked trail. It wasn't a predator kill. I've seen cougar kills, bear kills, coyote pack work. I know what the scene looks like, the drag patterns, the the feeding sequence, what gets eaten first and in what order. This was something different. The deer was intact except for the head, which had been removed cleanly at the neck. Not torn, not chewed, severed. The body had been placed, and I use that word deliberately, on a flat boulder outcropping. Front legs folded under it, rear legs extended, set belly down like someone had arranged it carefully before walking away. No blood trail leading to it. Almost no blood at the site at all. I photographed it, filed a report that said, unusual predator activity, possible human interference, carcass removed for examination. The lab came back inconclusive on cause of death. I moved on. Second incident was 2 weeks later. Permit check at the Eastern Backcountry Campsite, Section 12C. A family of 4 was registered but gone by the time I arrived, which wasn't unusual. They'd come in the night before and cleared out early. They'd left a note on the camp post, said they'd seen something moving at the tree line around 2 in the morning and decided not to wait for sunrise. Hikers spook. It happens, usually means nothing. I walked the tree line anyway. 40 feet into the trees, at the base of an old red oak, someone had arranged bones on the ground. Not scattered, arranged. A rough circle, maybe 3 feet in diameter, small bones facing inward toward the center. Bird, maybe small mammal. In the center was a single larger bone, a femur, bleached pale and old, placed upright against a root. Someone had carried those out there. Someone had taken their time. I logged it. Suspicious activity, possible ritual materials left by a visitor. Collected everything and handed it to the district office. Ran the permit list. Nothing flagged. And I want to be honest with you. At that point, I wasn't scared. Unsettled, maybe. There are people who do strange things in the woods, things that make no sense to anyone but them. It happens more than the public knows. The third incident was different. Late September. I was alone on an overnight monitoring rotation in Section 12, checking a motion-activated camera we'd placed on a game trail near the north drainage. I reached the camera around 6 in the evening, well before dark. Pulled the memory card. Standard deer activity, nothing unusual. I reset it, aimed at a boulder overlook maybe 200 feet above the trail. That's when I noticed the smell. There's a specific smell that comes off a large carcass after 4 or 5 days in warm weather. I've encountered it enough times to recognize it immediately. It was coming from the drainage below me, maybe 50 yards down through thick rhododendron and mountain laurel, and it was strong. I made a note to investigate at first light. You don't push through that kind of terrain blind in the dark. Around 10 that night, lying in my tent, I heard movement. I know what deer sound like moving at night. I know what raccoons sound like, what a bear sounds like moving through brush. The difference between a large animal and a person. This was something else. It was deliberate. Not fast, not panicked, methodical. Moving in a circuit around my camp. I could track it by ear. It completed 2 full loops, and then it stopped. 15 feet off the northeast corner of my tent, and it stayed there. Still and quiet for 22 minutes. I timed it on my watch. I had my sidearm. I had my flashlight. I sat with one hand on my holster and I did not open the tent. Your light only reaches so far out in the trees, and beyond it is nothing. Whatever was out there understood that. I knew it the way you sometimes just know things. Something below rational thought. Something older. Eventually it moved off. Slow. No urgency. In the morning I found where it had stood. The leaf litter at that spot was disturbed in a rough oval, 4 feet by 2.5, with deep impressions at the outer edges like something very heavy had been shifting its weight for a long time. In the center of that oval, wedged upright in a crack in an exposed root, was a small carved figure, maybe 3 inches tall. Dark wood, crude but intentional. I couldn't tell you what it was supposed to be. It didn't look like an animal and it didn't look like a person. It looked like something that was neither. I bagged it. I didn't file a report on it. I still don't know why. Something told me to keep it separate. The fourth time nearly killed me. Third week of October. Late afternoon, maybe 4:30. The light drops fast that time of year. You get maybe an hour of usable visibility between full sun and full dark, and under the canopy it goes faster. I was at a trail junction in section 12B, alone, updating blaze markers on the trees. Something came through the brush above me on the slope. Fast. Not deer fast. Faster than that and heavier. The sound of something large moving at full speed through dense growth. I turned toward it with my hand on my sidearm. I thought, bear. I thought, hold your ground, make yourself large. It wasn't a bear. I can't describe it cleanly, and I've tried. My brain refused to process it in any organized way. What I can tell you is that it was very tall, taller than it had any right to be. It was moving on two legs, but the movement was wrong. A forward-folded, lurching gait that shouldn't have been fast, but was. Something in the proportions was off in a way I couldn't name. The coloring wasn't black or brown. It was something in between that seemed to pull the remaining light toward it rather than reflect it. It was coming straight down the slope at me. I ran. I know the protocol. I know you don't run from an apex predator. I ran anyway, because in that fraction of a second my entire body understood simultaneously that nothing in any training manual I'd ever read covered what was coming toward me. I had 3/4 of a mile to the trailhead in my truck. I took the access trail at full sprint with my sidearm drawn and my flashlight bouncing in my offhand, and I could hear it behind me in the trees. It didn't follow me on the trail. It ran parallel to me through the forest, maybe 30 feet off my left shoulder, and I could track it by the sound. Branches snapping, heavy impacts on the ground. Something large moving through timber like timber was barely an obstacle. It kept pace with me without effort. That was the part that reached into my chest and grabbed something. It wasn't running to catch me. It was running alongside me, like it was watching. About 400 yards from the trailhead, it hit me. I don't know if it crossed the trail or if I veered toward it. What I know is that something connected with my left side from behind, shoulder, upper back, and put me into the ground hard enough that the impact knocked my sidearm out of my hand and the breath out of my lungs. I rolled onto my back, and already I could feel the warmth of blood before the pain arrived. That brief window where the body hasn't registered the damage yet. I looked up. It was at the edge of the tree line, maybe 15 feet away. Still, just watching. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't make out features. Just the shape of it in the dying light. The wrong proportions. The darkness of it that wasn't the same as the darkness of the trees behind it. It wasn't breathing hard. It wasn't agitated. It was standing there the way something stands when it's decided to wait. I found my sidearm in the leaves. I fired twice into the tree line. Not at it, off to the side. Just the noise and the muzzle flash. And I ran. I don't remember the last 100 yards to my truck clearly. I remember locking the door. I remember sitting in the running vehicle for a long time before I could make myself drive. The ER documented 4 parallel lacerations across my left shoulder and upper back. Deep, evenly spaced. The attending asked what attacked me. I told him I didn't know. A ranger who doesn't know what attacked him. They flagged it as unknown animal contact, possible large predator. The spacing was too wide for anything on record in the region. Nobody pushed it. 3 years later, I still have those scars. The tissue healed tight. Every time I reach the wrong way, I feel the pull of it. And for just a second, I'm back at that trailhead with the engine running, and my hands shaking, and that thing at the tree line that didn't need to hurry. I filed for a permanent reassignment out of Section 12 the following week. Told my supervisor it was a personal scheduling preference. He approved it without a single question. I still go to work. I still know these mountains. I am not a person who believes in things he can't explain. I don't have an explanation. I don't go back in there. I worked the overnight shift at a mid-sized hotel for almost 3 years. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., Tuesday through Saturday, just me at the front desk and whoever was doing laundry and maintenance in the back. You get a particular relationship with a building when you're alone in it at 3 in the morning for years. You know its sounds, its rhythms, which elevator has the longer pause before the doors open, which section of the third floor corridor has the light that flickers when the HVAC cycles. The building becomes yours in a specific way that only happens in the dark when everyone else is asleep. I was not someone who's scared easily in that building. That's the context I want to establish, because what happened in that corridor on a Wednesday night in February changed that permanently, and I want you to understand what it changed from. The call came to the desk at 2:40 a.m. Internal line, third floor. I answered and there was a child's voice on the line. A boy. He said they were on the third floor and they couldn't find their room, and their parents had the key card and they needed help. Normal enough. Families travel, kids get separated from parents in hotel corridors. It happens. I asked him what room his parents were in. He said he didn't know. I asked his parents' names. A pause, and then he said they just needed someone to come up to the third floor to help them find the room. I noted that he'd answered the question about the room number by redirecting to the request for me to come upstairs, rather than saying he didn't know. At the time, I filed it as a child under stress being imprecise. Now I understand it as something that didn't have the information I was asking for, and covered it the only way it could. I told him to stay where he was and that I'd be right up. I should have called up to the third floor rooms first to find which family had children with them. I know that now. I didn't do it then. I went upstairs. The third floor corridor is long and straight. The light that flickers near the ice machine was doing its usual cycling when I came out of the elevator, a slow pulse at the far end of the hall. And standing in the middle of the corridor, about halfway down, were 2 children. A boy and a girl, the same children's size and age range I've come to associate with these accounts. The boy older, the girl slightly younger, both standing close together facing me from the moment I stepped out of the elevator, as if they'd known where I was going to appear. The first thing I noticed was that neither of them was dressed for a hotel corridor at 2:40 in the morning. Not in pajamas, not in the rumpled clothes of children who'd fallen asleep in a car. Street clothes, neat, the kind of thing you'd put on deliberately rather than travel in. It was the kind of detail that my brain queued up without immediately explaining why it mattered. I walked toward them. I asked if one of them had called the front desk. The boy said yes. He said they needed help finding their room. His voice landed wrong in the corridor the way all of these voices do. Too flat, too controlled, carrying none of the exhaustion or low-level stress that a child actually lost in a hotel in the middle of the night would carry. He sounded the way a phone menu sounds when it's been programmed to approximate concern. I asked for his parents' names again, or their room number, or any detail that would let me look them up in the system. He said it would be easier if I took them back down to the front desk and sorted it out there. He said they just needed to come down with me. I stopped walking. I was about 10 feet from them now, close enough to see their faces clearly in the corridor light. And in the corridor light, I saw what was wrong with their eyes before I had language for it. The absence of reflection where reflection should be. The flat completeness of the black that occupied the space where an iris and a white should have been. Both of them. Looking at me from 10 feet away in a hotel corridor at 2:40 in the morning, with eyes that had no light in them at all. The girl had not spoken yet. She spoke now. Same flat voice, same removed cadence. She said they'd been waiting a long time and they really needed to come downstairs with me. I took a step back. The boy took a step forward, measured, unhurried. Exactly 1 step. I took another step back. He took another step forward. Exact same pace, exact same distance. Like a mirror. Like he was demonstrating that the space between us was his to control. I turned around and went back into the elevator. I held the door close button until the doors shut. I wrote it down to the lobby, went back to the front desk, and called every third-floor room that showed an occupied status. 6 rooms. 6 groggy adults who confirmed their children, where children were present, were accounted for and in bed. No one on the 3rd floor had reported missing children. No one had called the front desk from the 3rd floor. I checked the call log. The internal call at 2:40 a.m. showed no originating room number, just internal, from somewhere in the building. I wrote it up in the incident log the way I wrote everything up, because that was the job. I described 2 unaccompanied minors on the 3rd floor corridor, unable to identify their room or parents, who left the area before I could assist them. I noted that no guest reported missing children, and that the call log showed no room number for the originating call. My manager read it the next morning and asked me about it briefly. I told him what I've told you. He looked at the call log himself and then set the incident report down and said we'd keep an eye out. He didn't ask me any follow-up questions. He didn't look particularly surprised. I found out 6 months later, when I was leaving the job, that there had been 2 previous incident reports containing similar descriptions in the 3 years before I started working there. Different staff, same floor, same account of 2 children in the corridor who couldn't identify their room and wanted to accompany the staff member somewhere. Both reports ended the same way mine did. Children gone, no guest reports, no room number on the call log. 3 years apart, same floor, same script. Whatever they were looking for in that building, they hadn't found it yet. I think about the step he took when I stepped back, the measured, immediate, exactly matching step. The demonstration that whatever distance I created, he could close. I left the job 7 months after that night. I told everyone it was the hours. It was the corridor. The thing that stays with me most isn't the night I saw it. It's the 3 months before that night. All the individual details I noticed and explained away, each one reasonable in isolation, none of them reasonable in aggregate, and the way I chose to see them in isolation rather than as a pattern, because the pattern had an implication I wasn't ready for. I've lived alone in my house in western Michigan for 4 years. A 2-bedroom on a curved suburban street where the lots are generous enough that you can't quite see your neighbor's windows, and the back of the property runs up to a narrow green belt of old forest, maybe 50 feet of trees before the next road. I liked the privacy of it. I liked the trees. I stopped liking them in December. The first sign was the waking. Sometime in September, I began waking at night for no reason I could identify. Not from sound, not from a dream, simply waking, completely alert, at around 3 in the morning. I'd lie in the dark for a while, feel nothing in particular, go back to sleep. It happened 2 or 3 times a week with enough consistency that I noticed it. I attributed it to work stress and the particular insomnia that arrives uninvited in your mid-30s. The second sign was the smell. A smell in the bedroom I couldn't locate. Present on some mornings when I woke, not all of them. Faint, organic, sweet in a way that decay isn't usually sweet. Underneath the animal smell was something almost floral that was wrong, rather than pleasant. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the furniture. I called a pest control company. They found nothing. The smell continued intermittently, and I stopped trying to find its source. The third sign was Leo. My basset hound had slept in the bedroom every night for 8 years. His bed was in the corner by the closet, and he had used it without exception. In October, he stopped sleeping there. He began sleeping in the hallway with his back against the bedroom door, facing outward. I thought the radiator noise was bothering him and moved his bed to the hallway. He accepted this and slept there peacefully, and I noted it as a mild behavioral change and moved on with my life. He wasn't bothered by the radiator. He was unwilling to be in that room. He knew something I didn't know, and I gave him a different bed instead of asking why. There were other signs I've cataloged since. Objects on the nightstand consistently slightly moved from where I left them. A glass of water I kept by the bed each night, consistently half empty in the morning when I hadn't woken thirsty. The bedroom feeling colder than the hallway at certain hours in a way that didn't correspond to the drafts or the heating cycle. Each of these things had an explanation. I used the explanations. The night I saw it was a Thursday in December. I woke at 3:17 a.m., completely alert, same as every other night. Lay on my back for 30 seconds looking at the ceiling, then turned over. It was standing at the bedside, between the bed and the window, on the side closest to the wall, approximately 4 feet from my face. I was fully awake. I've turned this question over more times than I can count, and I always arrive at the same answer. I had been awake for at least half a minute before I turned. I could feel the cold air in the room and the specific texture of my pillowcase. I was completely, entirely awake when I saw what was standing beside my bed. The height of it first, bent at the neck to clear the ceiling, which put the full extension at over 7 feet. The color, which was not white the way paint or paper is white, but white the way something is white when pigment has been entirely removed. Structural whiteness, the whiteness of bone under very thin covering. Hairless, every rib pressed visibly against the inside of the skin. Each joint of the shoulder and hip and knee a distinct protrusion, as if the body had been designed as a frame rather than built as a body. The smell was present and strong, and the fingers, hanging at its sides, the hands reaching to mid-thigh, each finger 3 or 4 times the length it should be, slightly spread the way relaxed hands spread, pale and long against the dark of the room. It was looking at me with eyes that were very dark and very still, set deep in the skull, with something behind them that I can only describe as patience. We looked at each other for approximately 3 seconds. Then it was gone. No motion I could track, not a step back, not a turn, not a movement I could follow with my eyes. Present, and then absent. The room was empty, and the smell was fading, and I was alone. I lay in that bed until 7 a.m. without moving. I don't have a more dignified account of those hours than that. At 7 a.m. I got up because remaining still was no longer possible. I looked at the floor beside the bed in the daylight. Scratch marks on the hardwood. On the side of the bed closest to the window, in a concentrated area the size of a large footprint. Deep, through the finish, into the bare wood. Multiple overlapping sets of scratches, the older ones worn smooth at the edges, accumulated over time. Whatever had been standing there Thursday had been standing there many nights before Thursday. I thought about the 3 months of waking at 3 a.m. and the smell and the glass of water and Leo sleeping against the door, and I understood finally that I had been sharing my bedroom for months with something I'd chosen not to see. I haven't slept in that room since. I've had 2 people examine the scratches. Both used the phrase significant force. Neither could account for the pattern of marks. I haven't explained to either of them what made them. Leo still sleeps in the hallway with his back against the door. I've stopped trying to move his bed back inside. He knew before I did, 3 months before, and I gave him a different bed instead of asking what he was keeping himself away from. Some nights I stand in the hallway and watch him sleep against that door and try to understand what he's still listening for on the other side of it. He always seems to hear something I can't. I've lived in the same house for 11 years. 2-story, 3 bedrooms, a yard that backs directly up to a strip of old-growth forest running along the rear of the entire development. Most of my neighbors treat that tree line the way you treat a pleasant view, something to glance at on nice mornings, a reason to feel lucky about the lot. I used to feel the same way. I don't look at that tree line the same way anymore. This started in November. The kind of November this part of Ohio gets. Gray, wet, dark by 4 in the afternoon. A persistent low drizzle that soaks into everything and refuses to stop for weeks. The kind of weather that makes the house feel like the only warm thing left in the world. My wife and I had been in the house long enough that November didn't bother us. We liked the closed-in feeling of it. We don't anymore. My dog stopped going near the back fence in the first week of that month. She's a 6-year-old lab mix, calm, not reactive, never been a nervous animal. She'd always done her perimeter check along the fence line every morning and evening without fail. That November, she started stopping at the midpoint of the yard, standing there facing the fence with her tail dropped and her ears flat, and then turning around and coming back to the porch. Every single time. The same invisible line she would not cross under any circumstance. I walked the fence line myself. The ground was soft from the rain. I found deer tracks, raccoon, what looked like a large dog. Nothing that explained her behavior. I told myself it was a coyote den somewhere in the tree line. Something she could smell that I couldn't. Then at night I started hearing things. Not loud. I wouldn't have caught it over the rain if I hadn't already been lying awake. The sound of something large moving slowly through wet leaves just beyond the fence. And underneath that, on certain nights, a low sound I couldn't clearly categorize. Not a growl, not breathing exactly. Something occupying the register below what I could identify cleanly. It was present on and off for 2 weeks before I saw anything. 2 weeks of lying awake telling myself it was deer, a large buck, something that belonged in those trees and had every right to be there. The night I saw it was a Thursday in mid-November. My wife was asleep. The kids were asleep. I was in the kitchen at just after 2 in the morning getting water because sleep had given up on me entirely. Rain on the windows. The house quiet. The motion sensor light on the back of the garage clicked on. I looked out the kitchen window. Something was standing at my back fence. The first thing I registered was size. Whatever was there was large in a way that reorganized the scale of everything around it. The fence posts suddenly looking small, the trees behind it closer than they should have been, the yard itself seeming reduced. It was standing at the fence line on 2 legs at its full height, which I estimated at somewhere between 7 and 8 feet based on its position relative to the fence panels I'd installed myself and knew the exact height of. Upright. Fully upright. On 2 legs. It had the shape of a body. Broad shoulders, a wide torso, arms hanging at its sides, 2 legs planted in the wet grass at the tree line's edge. Everything in the right arrangement for a human silhouette from a distance. But the head was wrong in a way that reached me physically before it reached me intellectually. The elongated muzzle. The ears set high on the skull rather than at the sides. The profile of something canine on something that was otherwise built like a very large man. And the fur, wet and matted from the rain, darker in patches where the wet had pressed it flat against the muscle underneath. It was facing the house, facing the window. The motion sensor light fell across it from the side, and its eyes caught the light and threw it back. Not the flat reflection of human eyes in the dark, but the amber tapetum reflection of a predator's eyes, the kind of eye shine that belongs in the tree line, and not on something standing upright on 2 legs in my backyard. I did not move. Neither did it. The motion sensor has a 2-minute timer. I know this because I installed the sensor the previous spring and set the timer myself. For the full 2 minutes that the light stayed on, I stood at the kitchen window, and it stood at my fence, and we looked at each other across 40 feet of wet, dark yard. Then the light clicked off, and the backyard went dark, and I couldn't see it against the tree line anymore. I stayed at the window. I don't know for how long. The rain kept going, and at some point I became aware that the low sound I'd been hearing for 2 weeks was present again. Close, just beyond the fence, slow and rhythmic. The sound something very large makes when it is simply breathing in the dark. Not trying to be quiet about it. Not trying to be anything. Just there. Then it stopped. 1 breath, and then nothing. Only the rain. I didn't tell my wife in the morning. I said I'd heard something in the backyard and it was probably a deer. The morning happened the way mornings happen. Kids, breakfast, school, work. And for a few hours I let the daylight do what daylight does to the things you saw at 2 in the morning. Then I walked the fence line. The ground at the tree line's edge was torn up in a way that deer hooves don't produce. Bipedal impressions in the soft, wet earth. Large, spaced in a pattern that suggested something standing still for a long time, and then walking, and then standing at the fence, and then turning and going back into the trees. I followed the return tracks about 20 feet into the undergrowth before I stopped, and decided that 20 feet was enough. The impressions were deep. Whatever had stood at my fence was very heavy. I talked to my neighbor later that week. She'd lived in the development for 20 years, grew up in that part of Ohio, knows the local history without looking it up. I described what I'd seen carefully, watching her face. She didn't look surprised. She told me there had been reports along that tree line going back to the 90s, hunters mostly, and a few residents. The general understanding, passed along informally in the way communities pass along things they'd rather not examine directly, was to keep the rear-facing lights off after midnight. That whatever came out of those woods at night was drawn to light and to being watched. I asked her what she thought it was. She said she'd grown up with a name for it, a name her grandfather had used. Then she said the name didn't matter much. What mattered was not letting it know you'd seen it. I replaced the motion sensor that weekend. The new one covers the sides of the house and the driveway, not the back. My dog still won't cross the midpoint of the yard. I've stopped getting water from the kitchen at night. I've taken my dog on the same walk every night for close to 3 years. Same time, same route, down the block, through the gap in the fence at the back of Orchard Way, onto the path that runs alongside the state forest behind our subdivision. Half a mile out, half a mile back. Remy knows the route better than I do. She's the one who sets the pace. I almost skipped it that Tuesday. Late October, cold enough to matter, and I was worn out from a long day and ready to be done with it. But Remy had been restless since dinner, pacing the living room, sitting at the door, giving me that look. So I pulled on my jacket, clipped her leash, and went. The path behind the subdivision has no lighting, no pavement either, just packed earth where enough people have walked that the grass stopped trying years ago. It runs between the back fences of the houses on our street and a line of trees that marks the edge of the state land. During the day, it's a nice walk. At night, it's just dark. I've done it enough times I don't think about it anymore. I know where the roots are, where the path dips, where Remy likes to stop and investigate things. It's routine. We were about a third of the way in when she stopped. She does this sometimes, hits a spot and just locks up, body rigid, nose in the air, ears forward. Usually there's a rabbit nearby or a deer at the tree line. I didn't react at first, just waited for her to get it out of her system. But she was staring ahead down the path, and when I looked up, I saw why. There was a figure about 50 yards in front of us, walking, moving in the same direction we were, at a steady pace, away from us. Dark clothes, average height, nothing immediately unusual. I figured it was a neighbor. Other people use the path. But Remy didn't move, and when I tried to ease her forward, she sat down, which she essentially never does on a walk. I watched the figure. It was still moving, but slowly it started to decelerate, like it was listening to something behind it. And then it stopped, planted itself in the middle of the path, facing away from us, and went completely still. I waited. Half a minute, maybe more. It didn't move. I took a single step backward. Barely even a decision, just reflex. The figure took a step backward. I know what I felt in that moment, and I'm not going to dress it up. My whole body went cold, and my brain went very quiet, and every piece of me that still ran on instinct said one thing clearly. I turned around and started walking back the way I'd come. Controlled, not running, telling myself there was a rational explanation. Footsteps started behind me. There was a delay of a few seconds, like something registering a change in behavior before it responded, and then the sound of someone walking on packed dirt, at my pace, behind me. I sped up. The footsteps sped up. I broke into a jog, and Remy, who had been frozen solid since she stopped, suddenly shot forward and I just ran. Through the gap in the fence, down the block, into the house. Locked the door. Stood in the kitchen with my heart slamming until I could breathe evenly again. I called the non-emergency line. An officer came out, walked the path with a flashlight, came back 20 minutes later with nothing. He wasn't dismissive, said they'd had a few calls from the area about people using the path at night, but he found nobody. No sign of anyone. I avoided the path for 2 weeks, walked Remy on the streets instead. Started convincing myself it had been a person, just a weird coincidence with the footsteps, just my own exhausted brain connecting things that weren't connected. Then one afternoon I went back with my neighbor and walked the full route. About a third of the way in, right about where Remy had planted herself and refused to go, there was a section of disturbed ground. Not footprints, an area roughly 2 feet across where the earth had been pressed down repeatedly, the way it gets when something heavy stands in the same spot over and over for a long time. And just off the path at the tree line, the lower branches of the shrubs were broken, snapped outward, facing the path. Like something standing inside the tree line had cleared itself a clean sight line to the open ground. That was exactly where I'd seen the figure standing, and it hadn't been there just that one night. I didn't go back to the path after that, kept Remy on the sidewalks, tried to file the whole thing somewhere in the back of my head and leave it. 3 weeks later, my wife asked where Remy's ID tag was, the small round one that hangs on her collar. Her name, our number. I checked the collar. The ring was still there, closed, not bent or broken. Just the tag was gone. I went back to the path one final time, walked straight to that spot. The tag was sitting in the center of the pressed earth. I had never let Remy off the leash that night, not once. The leash was in my hand the entire time we were on that path. There is no version of that walk where the tag ends up where it did. I picked it up, went home. Haven't been back. Remy still gives the gap in the fence a wide berth when we pass it. Pulls to the opposite side of the sidewalk. Doesn't look at it. Nothing scared her before that night, and nothing has scared her since, except that. Whatever she decided about that path, she made up her mind and hasn't revisited it. Dogs know. I think about that a lot. She knew before I did. She stopped, planted herself, refused to move forward, because whatever was on that path, she had already assessed it. She was right. I just didn't listen quickly enough. The footsteps that started behind me had a delay, a few seconds of lag before they responded to me turning around, like something registering a change in behavior and then matching it. Not chasing, not threatening, mirroring. Like the point wasn't to close the distance, but to study how I moved. Whatever it was doing with that information, I hope I never find out. I grew up in New Mexico, and I know those roads the way you know a face you've looked at your whole life. Every flat stretch, every long curve, every place where the desert opens up and swallows the horizon in all 4 directions. I've driven the highway that cuts east out of Albuquerque through open scrubland at least 100 times. 2 lanes, no median, the kind of road where you can go 40 minutes between oncoming headlights and think nothing of it. Late at night out there, the sky is so full of stars it has visible texture. I've always loved that drive. I don't love it anymore. This was 4 years ago, late October. I was coming home from a family gathering in the city, after 1 in the morning, later than I'd planned. Clear night, no wind, cold the way the desert gets cold fast after dark. Heat on low, radio on, window cracked an inch the way I always do on long late drives to stay awake. Standard setup. I was in the low-grade autopilot of a familiar road and thinking about nothing specific when I saw something at the edge of my headlight range on the right shoulder. Large, low, moving fast. My first read was coyote. They're all over those roads at night, bold and unhurried, and their eyes catch headlights at a distance in a specific way your brain categorizes as animal before you consciously process it. I didn't slow down. I've passed hundreds of them on that stretch. But as I closed the distance, It didn't move off the shoulder. It held its line and kept moving forward, parallel to the road, and as I came level with it, I understood it was much larger than any coyote, larger than a German shepherd. It was running on all fours with a speed and fluidity that should have looked normal for a large animal, and didn't. Something about the movement was wrong, in a way I was processing emotionally before I processed it intellectually. The rhythm of the limbs, the way the weight transferred between strides, the timing of it. It moved like something that had studied how four-legged animals run and was executing the pattern from memory rather than from having the underlying anatomy that produces it naturally. I went past it and checked my rearview mirror. It was still there, running, keeping exact pace with the car. I was doing 60 miles an hour. I pushed the accelerator down. 65, 70. I watched the mirror. It stayed level with my rear bumper, on the gravel shoulder, in the dark at the edge of my taillight's reach. And then I looked at the side mirror more carefully, and I saw the front legs, and my brain registered what it was seeing and refused it for a moment before accepting it. The front legs were wrong. Not wrong like an injured animal compensating, not wrong like an unusual breed. Wrong in a structural way, like the joints were oriented differently than they should be, assembled with the right components in the wrong configuration. And the ends of them, the parts making contact with the ground at each stride, were not paws. They were splayed and fingered in a way that nothing running on all fours should have. They were hands. Pressing into the gravel at 70 miles an hour, I hit 80. It stayed with me, not dropping back, not pulling ahead. Exact pace, as if my speed was a choice it was matching rather than a ceiling it was straining against. And then, at 80 miles an hour on an empty highway in the New Mexico dark, it turned its head toward my window and looked at me. I know what animal faces look like at night. The flat, reflective eyes, the specific blankness that makes a wild animal's face feel alien to a human brain. That's not what this was. This face was aimed at me with attention. Directed, deliberate attention that had a subject and an object, and full awareness of the relationship between them. Its face in the side mirror was wrong in ways I've tried many times to describe accurately and haven't managed. Too flat across the front, too long in certain planes, the eyes not set where eyes should be set. But the quality behind the eyes was unmistakable. It was watching me the way I was watching it. Then it started to shift its weight toward its back legs. Still running, still at 80, still keeping pace, and transitioning. Controlled, unhurried, moving from 4 points of contact toward 2, in a motion that had the quality of something natural. Not struggling upright, choosing to rise. The hands lifted off the ground, and the silhouette of it in the mirror changed shape against the dark sky, rising, becoming something that ran on 2 legs at highway speed through the desert. The lights of a gas station appeared ahead of me, one of those isolated stations on long rural highways that feel miraculous when you need them. The sodium overhead spread across the road and both shoulders, and the scrubland on either side. When the light reached the shoulder, it was gone. Not gradually, gone. One frame of the mirror, it was there. The next, the road was empty and dark and still. I pulled in and sat in my car with every light on, engine running, hands on the wheel. A truck driver came out of the attached diner, saw me through the windshield, knocked on the glass, asked if I was all right. I told him I'd nearly hit a deer. He nodded slowly and went back inside. I drove the rest of the way home with the interior light on. I didn't use the mirrors unless I had to. I've told this story twice before writing it down. Both times to people who grew up in rural New Mexico. Both times the person went quiet for a moment, and then said they believed me in a way that had nothing tentative about it. Neither of them asked me to go into more detail about what I'd seen, like they already knew what I was going to describe. What I think about most isn't the face or the speed. It's the transition. The shift from 4 points to 2 at 80 miles an hour. It wasn't struggling. It wasn't adjusting. It was smooth the way rolling your shoulders is smooth, a movement between two equally comfortable states. It had done it before, many times, and it chose to stop when the light appeared, not because it had to, because it decided to. That distinction has stayed with me for 4 years. It made a decision at the edge of that light, weighed something, and chose the dark. I drive that highway with the radio off now. I want to hear everything around the car at all times. I haven't seen it again. I keep waiting to. I moved into that house after my divorce. That context matters because it explains why I was living alone in a 3-bedroom house at the end of a cul-de-sac with nothing but woods behind the fence. I needed space and quiet, and a yard for my dog, and the house offered all three at a price I could manage on one income. The woods that backed the property, I told myself, were an asset. Privacy, green space. I was reframing a lot of things about my life at that point, and the woods were one of them. My dog is a 7-year-old shepherd mix named Lou. He has been with me since he was 8 weeks old, and I know his entire range of behavior the way you know another living creature when you've shared a space with them for years. I know his bark for strangers, his whine for food, the low chest rumble he produces when another dog passes the front window. I know when he's curious, and when he's uncomfortable, and when he's genuinely frightened. In 7 years, I had seen him frightened twice, both times during fireworks. He does not spook easily. He is not a nervous animal. That changed in September. It started in the morning. Our routine is fixed. I let him out first thing. He does a perimeter lap of the yard, checks everything along the fence line, comes back to the porch. That morning he went out, got about 10 feet from the back door, and stopped completely. Tail dropped, ears flat, body low, weight shifted back. He was staring at the back fence, the section that borders the woods, and he would not go forward. I called him. He came back to me immediately without hesitation, which told me it wasn't curiosity. He wasn't interested in whatever was at the fence. He was afraid of it, and he wanted to be close to me. I assumed a coyote had been through the yard overnight, left scent. I let it go. The same thing happened the next morning, and the morning after. By the end of the first week, he had stopped eating from his bowl in the kitchen. I'd put his food down, and he'd look at the back windows, look at the bowl, and stand there until I moved the bowl to the front hallway, out of sight line of the backyard. At night, he stopped sleeping at the foot of my bed and started sleeping pressed against the bedroom door, facing the room, in a position I can only describe as watchful, like he had taken on a job I didn't know we needed. That kind of sustained behavioral change doesn't come from a single coyote passing through. Something had been coming to the back fence consistently enough that Lou had stopped believing it was going to simply go away on its own. 2 weeks into this, on a Friday night around 1 a.m, he woke me up. Not barking. The high, continuous whine he produces during fireworks, the one that means he's gone past discomfort into something real. I got up and went to the back window. The yard was empty. The fence was intact. The motion sensor hadn't triggered. I stood there for a minute and saw nothing, and was about to go back to bed. Then I heard my voice coming from the woods. My voice. Not similar to mine. Mine. The specific texture of it late at night, when I'm tired and my throat is slightly dry. The rhythm of my name for Lou. The way I say it when I'm calling him in from the back porch. A particular cadence that I'd never consciously analyzed until that moment, because I'd never had a reason to. Coming from beyond the fence, in the dark, at 1 a.m. Lou was pressed against my legs, trembling. I stood at that window and I went through every alternative explanation I could generate. A neighbor's television, something in a dream I was still half in, sound distortion through the trees. I went through each one and they all failed. It came again, twice, with the same rhythm, the same cadence, and then it said something else. There is a phrase I say to Lou every night when I'm locking up the house and calling him to come to bed with me. A handful of words, a routine so small I'd never thought of it as a habit until that moment. The kind of thing that only happens inside a closed house, at night, after the doors are locked. between me and a dog. Not something I've ever said in public, not something I've described to anyone, not something that exists in any form outside those four walls at 11 o'clock at night. It said that phrase, in my voice, from out there. I want to be precise about what that meant and what it implied. For it to know that phrase, it would have had to be physically close enough to hear through the exterior walls of my house. Not once, catching a sound, repeatedly, on multiple nights, patient enough to listen until it identified a specific pattern. While I was inside with the lights on and the doors locked, believing I was alone. While Lou slept at the foot of my bed. On all the nights I had noticed nothing unusual and gone to sleep feeling safe. How many nights? That is the question I have not been able to stop asking. How many nights had it stood at the back of my property in the dark, close enough to hear me through the walls, before it had learned enough to speak? Lou didn't stop shaking until the sun came up. I listed the house 3 weeks later. Told my realtor the commute was becoming unmanageable. I didn't tell her anything else because there was nothing I could tell her that would have sounded like information, rather than instability. I moved to a 4th-floor apartment in a building surrounded by other buildings. No trees nearby, no yard, no fence line. Lou started eating from his bowl in the kitchen again the second night we were there. Before I left the house for the last time, I walked to the back fence and looked at the ground along the base of it. There was a section about 4 feet wide where the grass was dead, not worn down in a path, dead in a circle, compacted, the way ground gets when something stands in the same place repeatedly over a long period of time. Something had been standing at that fence so consistently and for so long that it had killed the earth beneath it. I didn't look at the tree line when I drove away. I already knew something was watching. I didn't need to see it to know that. And I didn't want the last thing I saw at that house to be confirmation. I want to start by saying I'm not someone who believes in monsters. I've been camping solo since I was 19. I've done trails in the Rockies, the Smokies, parts of the PCT. I've had close calls with wildlife. I've been lost. I've been cold and wet and genuinely scared in the outdoors. But I always had an explanation for it. Until the Ozarks. This was about 3 years ago. I'd done this particular stretch of the Ozark National Forest twice before, so I knew the terrain. It's remote but not extreme. The kind of place where you might go 2 full days without seeing another hiker. I was going for a long weekend, Thursday through Sunday, just to decompress. Work had been brutal. I needed silence and trees and fire. The first day was perfect. I made camp near a creek I recognized from my last trip, set up my hammock, cooked over the fire, went to sleep early. Normal. Good. Day 2, I pushed further north on the trail than I usually go. Came back to camp around 4 in the afternoon with tired legs and a clear head. That was the last normal part of the trip. I was cooking dinner when I heard it. My name. From the tree line, maybe 60 or 70 feet behind my camp. In my mother's voice. I need you to understand something. My mother has a very specific way she says my name. Not just the sound of her voice, the cadence, the way she drops slightly at the end, the shape of it. When she's calling me for dinner, when she's worried, when she just wants to check in. I have heard that voice my entire life. I would know it anywhere. This was that voice. My first reaction wasn't fear, it was confusion. My mother lives in Ohio. I was in Arkansas. My brain just rejected the input completely. I thought, okay, I'm more tired than I realized. I almost laughed at myself. I went back to stirring my food. Then it came again. Same voice, same cadence. But this time it used my nickname. The one only my family uses. The one that's not on any of my social media, not in my email signature, not something a stranger would ever know. I put down the spoon and stood up. I didn't call back. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. Something in me said, don't. I turned toward the tree line and stared into the dark between the pines. It was still light out, golden hour, but the woods were already getting dark underneath the canopy. Nothing moved. Then it came a third time. Exact same words, exact same tone. Word for word, syllable for syllable. A perfect copy of the second call. Like a recording being played back. Like something had stored the audio and was simply running it again. That's when my skin went cold. I have heard my mother's voice react to things my entire life. It rises and falls. It adjusts. This didn't adjust. It was a loop. And whatever was making it was standing in those trees 60 feet from me, waiting for me to respond. I didn't pack up fast. I packed up carefully. I let the fire die on its own. I broke down the hammock quietly. I stuffed everything into my pack methodically because I knew if I started rushing, I would panic. And panic in the dark in the woods would get me killed. The voice came 2 more times while I was packing. Same words, same cadence. It never got closer. It never got farther. It just waited. I hiked out in the dark with a headlamp. 3 miles to the trailhead. I've done that trail a dozen times. I knew every turn. For the first mile, I heard footsteps behind me. Not close, maybe 30 or 40 feet back, matching my pace. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped to listen, they stopped too. I never heard breathing. I never heard branches snapping or undergrowth pushing back. Just soft, careful footsteps in the leaf litter, keeping perfect distance behind me. At the 1 mile mark, they stopped. I don't know why. I didn't stop to figure it out. I got to my car, threw my pack in the back, and sat in the driver's seat shaking for about 10 minutes before I could make myself turn the key. When I finally did, when the engine turned over and the headlights came on, and I was inside something with locks and glass, I heard the voice one last time. From the tree line at the edge of the trailhead parking lot. But it wasn't my mother's voice anymore. I can't describe what it was. Not accurately. It used the same sounds, the same syllables, like it was still trying but had stopped caring about getting it right. Like a machine winding down. Whatever quality makes a human voice sound human was gone. What was left was just sound, shaped vaguely like a name. I drove 4 hours before I stopped. 3 weeks later, I was on the phone with my mom. Normal Sunday call. And at the end, completely unprompted, she said, "I had the strangest dream about you a few weeks ago. I was calling for you in the dark somewhere and I couldn't find you. You wouldn't answer me." She didn't know I'd been camping that weekend. I hadn't told her. I told her the dream sounded scary. I didn't tell her the rest. I've been scouting the same stretch of Pisgah National Forest for close to 8 years. 53,000 acres of western North Carolina backcountry that I've covered in sections, learning the deer trails, the water sources, the funnel points where ridges narrow and movement concentrates in October. I go in alone in late August every year. No season, just scouting, with a pack and GPS and 2 days of food. I know that forest the way you know a place when you've spent enough time in it to stop having to think about it. I went in on a Friday in late August. The trail from the parking area took me 8 miles into the interior, to a section I'd been meaning to check since a logging operation the previous year changed some of the terrain. New clearings, new edge habitat, potentially new deer movement. I made camp at a creek crossing and went out that afternoon to cover ground. First thing I noticed was the quiet. Not the good hunting quiet. Not that particular settled stillness when the forest is comfortable with itself. The wrong kind. Birds absent. Nothing moving in the understory. The creek behind me audible, but everything else sealed off. I've spent enough time in the woods to recognize that specific silence as information. Something had moved through the area and disturbed it. I assumed bear, made noise, gave it space, kept walking. The sound started about 40 minutes in, just behind me. Not footsteps exactly, more like displacement. The sound brush makes when something moves through it and stops just before you turn around. I turned 3 or 4 times in the first 10 minutes and found nothing. Empty trail. Brush settling in the way it settles after disturbance, but no source visible. I told myself it was wind. Kept moving. But here's what I noticed. Every single time I turned around, the sound stopped approximately half a second before I completed the turn. Not immediately, half a second. Like something reacting to the beginning of my movement rather than the end of it. Like something that could tell I was about to look and repositioned itself before I finished turning. I tried turning slowly. Nothing. I tried turning fast, snapping around as quickly as I could manage. Nothing. I tried turning left, then immediately right without pause. Nothing in either direction. But the sound was there. Breathing, almost. Not breath exactly. More like the controlled movement of something large that was deliberately managing its own sound output. I could hear it and I could not locate it, because every time I oriented toward it, it ceased to exist in that direction. I want to be precise about what I mean by that. Not fled. Fleeing makes disturbance, makes noise. Just gone. As if whatever was generating the sound existed exclusively in the space directly behind my field of vision and vacated that space at the moment it became my field of vision. Like a presence that was defined by the edge of what I could see. I moved faster. It moved with me. And what I need to be clear about is that it wasn't behind me the way a pursuer is behind you. It was behind me the way a shadow is behind you. Exactly behind me. Exactly the same distance, adjusting without any of the noise or disturbance that something large moving through dense undergrowth should produce. I broke into a run. It kept pace. Without effort, without sound, just present behind me at the same fixed distance, and the breathing had changed register. Faster now. Not panicked. Interested. The way something breathes when it's engaged. I nearly ran past the clearing. I was looking back over my shoulder when I caught it in peripheral vision. A break in the tree line to the left, 20 feet off the trail. I pushed through the brush and stopped at the edge of it and looked at what was there. A deer. On the ground. Fresh. I knew that from the blood, still bright red, not yet oxidized, steaming faintly in the cool August air. A mature doe, on her side. What had been done to her was not what a predator does when it kills to feed. The body cavity was open, yes, but the organs hadn't been eaten. They had been arranged. Set beside the carcass in a specific sequence, each one placed with a deliberateness that had nothing to do with feeding. The liver beside the head, the heart further off, near the tree line. The stomach intact and upright, placed between the rear legs like something set down carefully. The rib cage spread open from the inside. The ribs bent outward one by one, methodically, the way you'd open something flat to examine the pages. I stood at the edge of that clearing and looked at it. Behind me, the sound had stopped. That was worse. I turned around. Empty trail. Brush. Dense forest in every direction I could see. Nothing there. But standing in that clearing with an arranged kill behind me, I became aware of a specific quality of attention that I have never felt before or since. Not the feeling of being watched the way prey is watched. The feeling of being studied. Something trying to understand something about me rather than deciding whether to take me. I left on the run. The remaining 2 miles to camp were the longest of my life. The sound came back within 30 seconds of my leaving the clearing. Same distance, same pace, the same quality of absolute silence every time I turned and absolute presence the moment I faced forward again. I fell twice on the trail. The second time I went down hard on my left knee and hit the ground face first, and in the half second I was down with my head turned to the right, I heard it directly to my left, 3 feet away. Not moving, just there. The controlled breath of something that was right there while I was looking somewhere else. I did not turn my head left. I got up, and I ran. I broke camp in 8 minutes and left the tarp stakes in the ground because pulling them would have meant looking down for too long. I hit the trail out at dusk and covered 8 miles in the dark with a headlamp and did not stop until I could see the parking lot. The sound followed me for approximately 6 miles of that walk. I don't know exactly when it stopped. The sustained state I was in blurs some of the details, but at some point the forest changed back to normal. The birds came back into the understory and the sealed quality of the silence broke, and whatever had been keeping pace behind me was gone. 3 people have heard this story. All 3 asked the same question. Did you ever see it? No. That's the point. That's what I've come to understand about what was in that forest. It doesn't hide the way an animal hides, staying still, hoping you miss it. It maintains itself in the position you're not looking at by moving when you move, by reacting to the beginning of a turn before you complete it, by being, I believe, genuinely only present in the space behind whatever you're facing at any given moment, which means it was with me the entire time, every step of those 8 miles out. Every time I faced the trail ahead, it was directly behind me. Every time I turned around, it wasn't there because it had already moved to where I wasn't looking. I've thought about what would happen if you stood still in the open and spun fast enough to catch it. I don't think you can. I think it's faster than the speed of a turn. I think that's exactly what it is, what it evolved or was made to be. Something that lives in your blind spot and is constitutionally incapable of being anywhere else. I haven't gone back to that section of Pisgah. The deer in the clearing keeps coming back to me. The organs laid out in sequence. The ribs open from the inside, one by one, like pages. It wasn't a meal and it wasn't a kill. It was a demonstration. Of patience, maybe. Of capability. Of the fact that it had been there long before I arrived and had been doing what it does long before I walked into that section of trail. I've since learned there's a name for what I'm describing. Folklore from the logging camps that worked these mountains 150 years ago. The men who cut timber in these forests talked about something in the deep backcountry that you could never see directly. Always in your blind spot. Always in the one place you weren't looking. It took men who went in alone, and their bodies were sometimes found and sometimes weren't. They called it the hide behind, because wherever you looked, it was hiding behind something. It was always hiding behind you. My cousin owns a house in rural Utah, about 20 minutes outside of a small town. The kind of property that sits at the end of a long, private road with open fields on 2 sides and dense pine forest beginning at the back fence. She bought it a few years ago and has been slowly renovating it. Last September, she asked if I'd house sit for 2 weeks while she was traveling. Water the plants, keep the heat on, make sure the pipes didn't act up going into fall. I'd met the house twice. It seemed straightforward. The first few days were fine. The isolation took some adjustment. No neighbors visible, very little traffic on the private road. The forest at the back of the property producing the constant low sound of wind through pine that you either find soothing or unsettling depending on the night. I found it soothing at first. That changed. The first sign that something was wrong was the dog next door. My cousin's nearest neighbor, about a quarter mile down the road, has a large shepherd that she'd mentioned sometimes came to the fence line when she was out back. Friendly dog, she said. On the 3rd night I heard it barking from that direction. Not the alert bark of a dog that's noticed something interesting, but the sustained, escalating bark of an animal that is genuinely alarmed. It went on for almost 2 hours. Around 2 in the morning it stopped. I told myself it had found a coyote. The 2nd night it happened again. Same time, same duration, same quality of alarm in it. I started sleeping with my phone on the pillow. The 3rd night, I woke up at 2:15 without any noise waking me. Just awake, the way you sometimes come awake with a feeling that the situation is changed while you were sleeping. The room was quiet. The house was quiet. The dog down the road was quiet. I looked at the window. My bedroom was on the second floor. The window faces the back of the property, the fence line and the pine forest beyond it. There is nothing outside that window. No tree close enough to the house to reach it. No trellis, no structure of any kind. I've looked. The exterior wall beneath the window is flat and unbroken for the full 15 feet to the ground. Something was standing at the window looking in. I can tell you the proportions were wrong before I can tell you anything else, because that's what hit me first. It was visible from approximately the chest upward above the windowsill, which at the second floor height should have been impossible. It was extremely tall, not standing on something tall, just tall. The kind of height that doesn't correspond to anything in my experience of human bodies. Thin in a way that made the height worse. Its arms were at its sides, and I could see from the length of them relative to the torso that they were too long. Its face was almost human. I want to be precise about that word, almost. The structure was human, 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, placed in roughly the correct arrangement. But the scaling was wrong. Something about the distances between the features was off in a way that my brain kept trying to correct and couldn't. The eyes were too far apart, or the mouth was too low, or both. It had the quality of a face that had been assembled from a description of a human face rather than grown. It was looking directly at me. I didn't move. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me in the bed, it at the window, 15 feet off the ground. Then it shifted. Not a step, not a lean, a change, like something cycling through options. The outline of its head altered slightly, the proportions of its face adjusting, as if it was trying something and evaluating the result. It did this twice while I watched, both times settling back to the almost human arrangement. I reached for my phone and called my cousin without looking away from the window. She picked up on the third ring. I told her there was something outside the second floor bedroom window. She went completely quiet. Then she said in a tone I have never heard from her before or since, flat and controlled in the way that indicates someone is overriding a strong instinct toward panic. Do not make eye contact with it. Do not open the window. Do not speak to it or respond to it in any way. She said to go to the bathroom, which has no exterior windows, and stay there until daylight. I asked her what it was. She said she'd tell me in the morning. She stayed on the phone with me while I moved to the bathroom. She did not explain further that night. In the morning, I checked the window from outside. The sill had deep, parallel marks in the wood along the lower edge. Not scratches, pressure marks, the kind left by something gripping. The ground below was soft from recent rain. There were no footprints. My cousin told me in the morning that she'd had experiences on that property since the first month she owned it. Sounds at the fence line. Animals behaving wrongly. One previous incident at a ground floor window that she'd told no one about because she had no framework for it. She said she'd bought the house not knowing what was on the land behind the back fence and had spent 2 years learning. I left the next day. I told her she should sell the property. She said she'd thought about it, but that she'd also come to understand that whatever it is that comes out of that forest at night, it's not specific to the land. It's specific to the forest. And the forest is everywhere. She's still in that house. We talk every few weeks. I always ask if anything has happened. She always pauses before she answers. I'm a light sleeper. Always have been. My wife used to say I could hear a cat walk on carpet from 2 rooms away. She wasn't exaggerating by much. So when the sounds started coming from the ceiling above our bedroom, I heard them right away. I just didn't take them seriously fast enough. First time was a Tuesday in early September. One slow creak, like something shifting its weight, then silence. Old house settling. I noted it and went back to sleep. 2 nights later, the same sound, but longer. Something dragging itself a few feet across the other side of the drywall. I told myself it was squirrels. We'd had them in the attic the previous spring, and the exterminator said they sometimes came back. Our cat stopped sleeping in the bedroom around that time. She'd slept at the foot of our bed every night for 4 years. One night she stopped coming in. She'd sit at the doorway and look in, but wouldn't cross the threshold. I didn't connect it to anything. My wife was away visiting her parents in mid-October. The sounds had gotten more frequent by then, most nights, sometimes for an hour or more, something moving deliberately across the ceiling above the bed. Not random, deliberate. A weight redistributing, settling, then redistributing again. Like something repositioning itself while it waited. The night of October 14th, I woke at 2:40 a.m., and the ceiling was silent for the first time in weeks. That was the first thing that felt wrong. I opened my eyes and looked up. It was there, pressed flat against the ceiling directly above the bed. A long, pale shape, limbs bent at angles that violated every joint in the human body. Fingers splayed wide against the drywall to grip. Maybe 6 feet long and couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. Too thin, skin pulled tight over something beneath that wasn't structured right. Head turned sideways, face toward me. Watching. I couldn't move. I lay on my back and looked up at it, and it looked down at me, and for 15 seconds nothing happened. Then it started to come down, not dropping, descending slowly, deliberately, the way a spider descends in full control. Those long fingers walking down the wall above the headboard, the body folding and adjusting. The smell hit me as it got closer. Raw meat and something chemical underneath, the back of your throat when you're about to vomit. It was 4 feet above my face when I moved. I rolled off the bed and hit the floor hard on my shoulder, and got to the door and it hit the mattress behind me. I heard the impact, felt the air displacement, heard the bed frame crack under the weight of it landing. I got the door open, got into the hallway, pulled it shut behind me, and put my back against it. Something pressed against the door from the other side. Once, slow and testing. Then nothing. I stood in that hallway until light came through the window at the end of the hall. Then I walked out the front door without shoes. I had 3 parallel scratch marks on my left calf I didn't remember getting. Deep enough to bleed, deep enough to scar. I don't know when it touched me. I don't remember any contact, but there they are. And there they'll stay. My neighbor came with me the next afternoon when I went back in. The ceiling above the bed had claw marks pressed deep into the drywall. 4 sets, running parallel. In the attic above the bedroom, we found a section of insulation compacted flat, the same general shape as a long body, like something had lain there repeatedly over a long period. And in the far corner of the attic, 3 dead raccoons. Not decomposed, recent. Bones stripped cleaner than any predator would leave them, the remains stacked in a neat pile. It hadn't been squirrels. We didn't spend another night in that house. Stayed in a hotel while we broke the lease. I don't know if whatever was in that attic is still there, or if it moved on. I don't know how long it had been lying up there, coming down to the ceiling above the bed each night, watching me sleep. I think about that the most. All the nights I slept through it being 4 feet above my face, and what it was waiting for before it decided to come closer. My brother Danny has this specific laugh. I'm leading with that because whenever I tell this story, the part people get stuck on is always, "How did you know it was him?" And that's the answer, the laugh. It's this loud, slightly nasal thing that starts before whatever he thinks is funny has finished happening. Our mom used to say he laughed at the anticipation of the joke. It's completely distinctive. There's nobody else alive who laughs like Danny. Whatever was standing in the woods behind my rental house on a June night last year knew that laugh exactly. I was renting outside the city at the time, a single-story place about 20 minutes from downtown. The kind of older construction that's always a little drafty in winter, but the landlord's a decent guy named Phil who fixes things eventually. The backyard was a decent size, 60 feet of grass before you hit my fence, and then past the fence another stretch of scrub brush before the actual tree line. A thick stand of oak and pine that ran back into what the county had bought from a logging operation years ago. When I moved in, I liked the privacy of it. I liked the feeling of the woods being back there. That changed after June. It was a Friday night, that stretch of early summer when the heat is just starting to get serious. I was on the back porch with a beer watching the yard, fireflies just starting up, the temperature finally tolerable after a week of humidity. My phone was on the table. I'd talked to Danny that afternoon. He was dealing with a landlord dispute out in Phoenix. Nothing unusual, just needed to vent. And then we'd hung up and that was that. I heard his laugh from behind the fence. Exactly that laugh. The early one. I sat forward and set down my beer. My first thought, genuinely my first thought, not some delayed rationalization, was that he'd driven out as a surprise, that he'd somehow gotten on a plane after we talked and was in my backyard, because the laugh was that precise. I actually ran that scenario through my head. I thought, Danny's here. Then I heard my name. His inflection on my name specifically, the way he says it when he's been waiting and you've finally clocked him. Patient. Slightly amused at you for taking so long. I stood up. I had my hand on the screen door handle, and then I stopped. Because something didn't line up. Not with the sound. The sound was perfect. Something didn't line up with the facts. It was 11:30 at night, and there were no lights past my fence, and the gate was latched from the inside, and Danny was in Phoenix, and even if he'd dropped everything and flown out after we talked, it was physically impossible for him to be in my backyard right now. I did the math without deciding to. I stood at the screen door with my hand on the handle, and the voice said my name again from somewhere past the fence. Still patient. Still Danny. My back neighbor's motion sensor had tripped, but it faced their yard, so I was only getting the edge of that light, just enough to see as far as my own fence. Past the fence was dark. The voice was coming from somewhere in that dark, from the scrub, or from the near edge of the trees. I couldn't see anything out there. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more. Not frozen, I want to be clear about that. More like genuinely deliberating. Part of my brain was still running the, maybe it's actually him calculation, because the sound was so specific that I kept trying to build a version of events where it made sense. That's the thing that bothers me most when I look back on it. It wasn't fear that kept me at the door. It was wanting it to be real. One more time. My name, from the dark, in Danny's voice. I let go of the door handle. I stepped back. I went inside and locked both doors and sat down at the kitchen table with all the lights on and waited. My phone rang 7 minutes later. Danny calling from Phoenix, wanting to follow up on something he'd forgotten to mention that afternoon. I answered on the first ring and didn't say anything for long enough that he asked what was wrong. I told him in the morning, after I'd slept some. He didn't make any jokes, which told me he believed me even if he didn't say it in those words. I went out to the back fence the next day. Daylight, coffee, the full security of a normal morning. Past the fence there was a section of scrub brush that had been flattened, not torn up, nothing violent, just pressed down the way brush presses down when something's been standing in it for a while. The shape of it was large, and the branches on the first few trees in the tree line were broken back, snapped in the direction of something moving away from the fence, going deeper into the trees. It had been standing there for long enough to settle into the brush. It had been standing there at the right angle to see my porch, and when it was done, it left. I called the non-emergency line. The officer was kind and filed it under noise disturbance, wildlife possible. I understand. There's no report that covers this. I broke my lease in August. Phil, my landlord, was understanding. More understanding than I expected, actually. I mentioned that I was leaving because something about the property made me uncomfortable, and he got quiet in a specific way, and then said that I wasn't the first tenant to leave early. I asked him how many had left early. He changed the subject. I don't go anywhere isolated at night anymore. Not by choice. There's something that happens to you when you hear a voice that isn't the right person. Something that knows your name in someone else's mouth and uses it to try to get a door open. It changes how you relate to dark spaces. I almost went out. That's the thing I sit with. I had my hand on the door. If the math hadn't caught up with me in those last seconds, I would have opened it. I don't know what would have happened if I had. I don't want to know. But sometimes, I think about the fact that it knew which laugh would make me believe. That it listened to us on the phone that afternoon, got the sample it needed, and was ready by 11:30. That level of patience is what keeps me from sleeping some nights. Not the darkness, not the woods, the patience. I was somewhere between Gallup and nowhere when the car died. That's not an exaggeration. I checked the map when I pulled over, and the nearest named town in either direction was more than 40 miles of dark highway away. I'd been driving since noon, Albuquerque to California, a solo trip I'd done once before in daylight, and figured I could manage in the night stretch if I kept coffee going and windows down. What I hadn't accounted for was the alternator, which decided at 11:40 p.m. on a Wednesday that it had done enough. I rolled to the shoulder. The engine went quiet, and the headlights dimmed to nothing, and I was left with the specific silence of a desert highway at midnight, which is not actually silence at all, but a kind of dense ambient nothing that has its own texture. Wind across flat scrubland, nothing else. I had one bar of signal that disappeared when I moved the phone 2 inches in any direction. I tried roadside assistance 4 times and watched it spin and fail. No emergency call went through either. Just dead air and the clicking of a cooling engine, and 40+ miles of dark highway in both directions with no visible light on the horizon. I got out. The desert at night has a quality you don't understand until you're alone in it with no artificial light. The sky is enormous, and the ground stretches in every direction without reference point, and it produces a feeling somewhere between awe and the specific mammalian dread of being very small in a space with no walls. I walked to the front of the car and propped the hood, and looked at the engine like I knew what I was looking at, which I didn't. The alternator belt was visibly snapped. Nothing I could fix at the roadside at midnight. I was leaning against the bumper deciding whether to start walking when I heard something in the scrub. Off to the right of the road, the desert vegetation out there, low, dry scrub brush that grows 4 feet high and goes on for miles, was moving. Not from wind. The wind had dropped. Something moving through it in a direction parallel to the highway. Moving fast. The speed was wrong for any 4-legged animal I could identify, and wrong for a person on foot. Like something covering ground at a rate that didn't match the body mass the sound implied. It stopped. I waited 30 seconds. Nothing. I went back to the car and locked myself in and tried every number in my phone on the off chance a call would push through. Nothing worked. I sat and looked at the dark scrub to the right and tried to control my breathing. Then the sound again. Closer. Much closer. 10 feet off the shoulder at most, moving fast alongside the car and stopping just past the passenger side. Nothing visible out the window, just dark. Then something hit the passenger door mirror. A single heavy impact that rocked it on its mount and cracked the glass across the middle. I didn't see what hit it, just the cracked mirror in the dark and 50 miles of desert. Then a voice from directly outside the passenger window said my name. I have thought about this moment every day for 2 years, and I still cannot fully explain what hearing your own name spoken in your own voice from outside a locked car in the middle of the New Mexico desert does to a person. Not just my name, the specific way I say it when I'm talking to myself. The cadence, the slight drop at the end. My voice, my exact voice, from outside the glass. I did not look at the window. I want to be clear that this was a decision, not a reflex. Something in me absorbed enough of the old stories without ever believing them to make a choice before my brain finished the thought. I faced forward and put my hands on the wheel and sat completely still. It said my name again. Then it said, in my mother's voice, my mother who has been dead for 6 years, "Come outside. It's cold." I turned the key. The engine turned over and caught on the second try. Battery still had enough charge. It was only the belt. I pulled onto the highway and pushed the accelerator down, and I did not look in the rearview mirror for a full 30 seconds. When I did look, something was standing in the road behind me in the wash of my rear lights. Upright. Human silhouette at first glance, except the proportions were wrong in every direction. Torso too long, arms hanging well below the knees, the head carried too far forward on the neck, like the weight of it pulled the whole body forward. It was standing in the center of the road watching me drive away. Then it dropped to all fours and closed the distance between us at a speed I'm not going to try to quantify, because no number I give you will sound like anything other than a lie. It hit the back of the car. The impact came through the seat, through the steering wheel, the rear end snapping sideways before I corrected. The sound of it was not a glancing blow. It was a single concentrated strike with something that had mass and intention behind it. I pushed the accelerator to the floor and held it, and the car found its speed and held it, and whatever was behind us did not hit us again. I drove 80 miles an hour for 20 minutes without touching the brake. I did not slow until I reached the lights of a truck stop outside a town whose name I looked up afterward and have never spoken aloud since. I sat in that parking lot under fluorescent lights for a long time before I could bring myself to get out. The rear bumper was caved in on the left side. Not scraped, caved inward, the plastic crushed by a single point of impact. The rear window had a crack running from the lower left corner upward. On the passenger door, just below the cracked mirror, 4 parallel marks were gouged into the paint, deep enough to show bare metal underneath. The spacing was too wide for a human hand. Too wide by several inches, and too clean for anything that was moving at that speed and striking a moving vehicle. I went inside and told the woman at the counter I'd hit a large animal on the highway. She looked at the damage through the glass, and then she looked at my face and she said, "Where were you coming from?" I told her the stretch of road, the approximate mile marker. She looked at me for a moment without changing her expression and said, "People don't stop on that road at night." I asked her why. She moved to the other end of the counter and started wiping it down and didn't answer. She didn't look at me again. I've read a great deal since that night, about what the Navajo call Yinaldlushi, the one who trots along on all fours. About what it means when one speaks your name in your own voice, uses the voice of someone you've lost to bring you outside. About the accounts from people who have driven that specific stretch of highway in New Mexico and stopped and wished they hadn't. About what some of those people found before they got away and what the others left behind. What I can't close the door on, the thing I return to every time I try to put it down and leave it, is my mother's voice. The warmth in it. The specific way she said it was cold. The slight worry underneath. Exactly the way she'd say it when I was a kid coming in from playing outside without a jacket. Whoever or whatever was standing in the dark outside that passenger window had heard her say those words once, at some point, and had stored them, had filed them away, had produced them at the exact moment they would be most effective. It had to have heard her from somewhere, which means it had been close enough to her, at some point in her life, to collect her voice. And that thought leads somewhere I can't follow for long without having to stop and breathe. More than that, I think about the patience of it. Something that waits on dark roads and spends years building a library of voices. The right tone, the right cadence, the exact inflection that will make a man unlock a car door. Every voice filed away for later. Every sound a tool. I think about how many voices it had already collected before it got to mine. And I think about the ones who didn't keep their hands on the wheel. The ones who heard something familiar in the dark and opened the door before they could stop themselves. The ones who didn't come back out of that desert. My brother Danny and I talked on the phone 4 times a week, minimum. 2 years apart, grew up sharing a room. lived 20 minutes from each other as adults. He ran project management for a commercial construction firm, spent his days walking job sites, reading blueprints, arguing with subcontractors. Good at his work, sharp and careful. The kind of guy who never cut corners because he'd seen what corners looked like when they were cut. He called me at 10:30 p.m. on a Wednesday night. He sounded unsettled in a way I hadn't heard from him in years. Not frightened exactly, but the way a person sounds when something has made them question what they know. He'd been at his current job site after hours finishing a punch list, and walking back to his truck, he'd looked up at the crane tower on the east side of the building and seen something. Large, he said. Too large for a bird. Wings folded against a body shaped more like a person than anything else. 2 eyes, red, lit from within, not catching the light from his truck but producing their own glow. It had looked at him for 30 seconds and then been gone. I told him it was probably a large owl, light reflecting off its eyes in an unusual way. Told him he'd been working too many long days. He laughed and said, "Yeah, probably." And we moved on to other things, and I hung up around midnight and went to bed. His wife called me at 7 a.m. Danny had been on site by 6:30. The 4th floor of the structure, steel frame with partial concrete decking still under construction, had suffered a progressive collapse. A connection point on the eastern section failed and pulled 3 levels of decking into the footprint of the floors below. Danny had been on the 4th floor reviewing the morning work plan when it went. I was there in 40 minutes. I got through the perimeter, and I was there when they pulled him out of the debris, and I am not going to say more than that except that I was there, and I have had to find a way to keep living afterward. In the weeks after, in the specific fog that follows sudden violent loss, I kept coming back to the phone call. What he'd described on the crane tower, the east side of the building, the same section where the collapse initiated, the connection point on the east frame, directly below the crane tower where he'd seen it perched. It had been on his building, looking down at the structure, the night before it came apart. He'd called to tell me about it, and I told him it was an owl. I started going back through my memory then, really going back, years, and I found 3 other moments where I'd seen or heard something that I'd written off in the moment. The night before my father's accident in 2009, driving home late, something large crossing the road ahead and landing on an overpass, and I'd thought bird and kept driving. My father was killed on that same road the next morning. A night in 2014 when Danny had mentioned in passing that he'd seen something strange perched on a building and laughed about it. My uncle had a fatal heart attack the following afternoon, alone at his desk. 15 years. I found 4 instances when I went looking carefully. I don't know what it is or why it comes or whether it causes these things or simply knows about them in advance and comes to watch. I don't know if it's drawn to structural failures specifically or to death in any form. I don't know if knowing about it changes anything, if Danny had canceled the next morning, if my father had taken a different road, if any of it would have turned out differently. I think about the phone call constantly. He was shaken enough to call me the same night, and I told him it was an owl. The most rational explanation I had, and I gave it to him, and he accepted it because that's what you do when someone gives you a rational explanation and you want to believe it. I keep coming back to one specific thing he said before we hung up. He said it was the eyes that got him, that they were looking at him like they already knew something he didn't. He was right. Whatever it was, it knew exactly what that building was going to do in the morning. It came to watch the last night it was still standing. My neighborhood is one of those places that looks perfectly normal during the day and makes you uneasy at night without being able to explain why. The houses are close together, but not too close. Everyone has a backyard that backs up to the same tree line, a thick strip of woods that separates our street from the undeveloped land behind it. Nice place to raise a family, the realtor said. Good school district. Quiet. The neighbor to my left was a guy named Dave. Mid-50s, retired, spent most of his time in the garage or out in the garden along his fence line. We weren't close friends, but we had that comfortable neighbor relationship where you wave when you pull in the driveway and occasionally stop to talk for 5 minutes about nothing. He drove a white pickup, had a dog that barked at everything, and wore the same tan jacket almost every day. You know the type. This started on a Tuesday in late October. I was in the kitchen making coffee around 7:15 in the morning, and I glanced out the window the way you do when you're waiting for something to brew. Nothing on my mind, just looking. Dave was standing in his backyard near the fence. Nothing weird about that on its own. He was out there all the time. But something made me look twice. I couldn't tell you what exactly. Just that wrongness you feel before you can name it. A splinter in the back of the brain. He was standing very still, facing the tree line. The tan jacket, the same build, the gray at the sides of his hair. Everything matched, but he wasn't doing anything. Just standing there with his arms at his sides, staring at the woods. I figured he was watching something. A deer, maybe. The woods behind our houses push deer out into the yard sometimes. I poured my coffee and went to get ready for work and didn't think about it again until that evening. When I got home, I was pulling into my driveway and I happened to look over at Dave's yard. He was standing in almost the same spot. Same stillness, same posture. It was nearly 6 o'clock and starting to get dark, and he was just standing there facing the trees. I almost called out to him, but something stopped me. Some instinct I didn't understand yet. I went inside instead. That should have been where I started paying attention. It wasn't. The third morning I saw him again. Same spot, same posture. I'm not a superstitious person, and I'm not someone who jumps to conclusions, so I spent about a week rationalizing it. He likes being outside in the morning. He's a retired guy with nothing to do. Old people have routines. Whatever. But I started watching more carefully, and that's when things got harder to explain. His dog stopped going to that side of the yard. The dog who barked at everything, other dogs, squirrels, the mail carrier, sometimes just air, went completely quiet whenever the figure was standing out there. The dog would sit at the sliding glass door and stare at the backyard but wouldn't go out. Dave never seemed to notice. Or whoever I was looking at never seemed to notice. Because that's where I need to stop and be precise. I started to seriously wonder if the person I was watching was actually Dave. The jacket was right. The build was right. The hair was right. But I never saw his face clearly. Not once. He was always turned away, always facing the tree line, and on the few occasions I saw him from a slight angle, something just didn't land right. Like someone had described Dave to an artist who had never seen him, and the artist had done their best. I tested myself. I reminded myself I'd seen Dave hundreds of times, and I knew what he looked like. And then I'd look at the figure in the yard and try to confirm it. And I couldn't. One morning I waved. I was standing at my kitchen window. The figure was out there, and I raised my hand. He turned his head. Slowly, like he was hearing something he hadn't expected. And then he raised one hand and waved back. The movement was wrong. I don't know how to explain it more precisely than that. It was a wave. It had all the right components. Hand raised, side to side, lowered again. But the timing was off by just enough that it felt like watching a video with the audio half a second out of sync. The gesture was technically correct, but there was something mechanical in it. Like something had seen waving before and was now performing it from memory. I went over to knock on Dave's door that afternoon. He wasn't home. His truck wasn't in the driveway. The dog barked and barked from somewhere inside the house. I texted him. We'd exchanged numbers years ago for some neighborhood watch thing, and asked if everything was okay. He texted back within a few minutes. Said he was good. Had been at his daughter's place in Albany all week. Was he expecting a package? I said no. Must have mixed up some dates. We left it at that. He had been in Albany all week. So who was standing in his yard every morning? I went back through my memory of every time I'd seen the figure. 5 or 6 mornings. At least twice in the evenings. always in the same section of the yard, always facing the trees. I didn't want to go out there and look at that patch of ground, but I made myself do it that weekend. The grass was pressed down in a rough area about 2 feet wide. Not footprints, more like something had stood in the same general spot so many times that the weight had just compressed everything flat. At the edge of the yard where the lawn met the tree line, I found a mark on the wooden fence post. At about shoulder height if you were standing on the other side of it. It looked like something had grabbed it, hard enough and long enough to wear the paint down and leave faint impressions in the wood itself. 4 marks, like fingers, but the spacing was wrong for a human hand. Too wide, too far apart. Dave came back the following Sunday. I watched him pull into the driveway from my window and felt something I can only describe as relief. Real Dave, normal Dave. He unloaded a bag from the truck and waved at me, and the wave was normal and right and completely human. And I nearly went outside just to hear him say something mundane about the weather. I never saw the figure again after that. But here's what I keep coming back to, months later. Whatever it was, it didn't stand there watching Dave's house from the outside. It stood in Dave's yard, wearing Dave's shape, facing the woods. Like it wasn't mimicking him for our benefit. Like it was mimicking him for whatever was out there in the tree line. I don't know what that means. I've turned it over for months and I still don't. But I've stopped waving at people through windows. Some things you don't want confirmed. My neighborhood is the kind of place that looks identical from a car window, but develops real texture over years of living in it. The houses were built in the early 90s, the same 4 floor plans repeated with different brick colors to suggest variety, on a street that curves just enough that each house only has a clear sight line to its immediate neighbors and the few houses directly across. Behind the backyards on my side of the street, there's a narrow buffer of maintained grass, then a chain-link utility fence that no one seems to own, and then the woods begin. Old trees, the kind that predate the development by a long time. On still nights you can hear things in them. Most of my neighbors don't mention it. I've noticed it since my first year. I've lived on that street for 9 years. My neighbor across the road, Sandra, has been there for 20. We're not close friends, but we're reliable neighbors. We have each other's numbers, we collect packages, we wave from driveways. After 9 years, I know her car, her dog, the rhythm of her daily schedule. I know the particular way she moves, the slight forward lean she has when she's walking somewhere with purpose. That kind of familiarity accumulates whether you intend it to or not. This happened on a Thursday night in late May. Warm enough to sleep with the windows cracked. I couldn't sleep, which happens to me sometimes. Not anxiety, just a wakefulness that doesn't respond to anything except waiting it out. I have a habit of moving through the dark house without turning lights on when this happens. Kitchen to living room and back, the familiar layout in the dark, something about it that eventually settles my brain. I came through the kitchen, looked out the back window out of nothing but habit, and saw Sandra standing at my back fence. At 11 o'clock at night. My immediate thought was that something was wrong. That's the only way the image made sense. Sandra doesn't stand at my back fence at 11 o'clock on a Thursday night unless something has happened. I turned on the kitchen light and went to the back door and stepped out onto the porch. She was about 40 feet from the house at the fence line, her back to the woods, standing completely still, facing the house. When the kitchen light came on, she didn't react, didn't turn toward it, didn't raise a hand, didn't do any of the small, involuntary things a person does when a light source changes suddenly in front of them. She was just more visible than she had been. Same position, same orientation, facing the house. I called her name. She turned toward me, slowly. The timing of the movement was wrong in a way I registered and immediately set aside. My brain filed it as exhaustion, stress, something wrong on her end. It was the kind of wrong you don't want to name because naming it commits you to implications. "Hey," her voice. That slightly tired, flat quality it has late in the evening when we talk across the street after work. I asked if everything was okay, if something had happened. A pause. Yeah, just couldn't sleep. I should have paid closer attention to that pause. I noted it and kept moving. I asked about her dog. One word, flat. A beat late. I asked if she'd seen anything in the yard. One word, same delay. Every answer was one word. No warmth, no specific Sandra-ness, none of the slight wry quality she has when we talk. What I was getting was the information without the person, answers to questions but no momentum, no forward movement, nothing added. It was waiting for inputs and generating responses, and that was all it was doing. The specific thing I kept not naming was the pauses. They had a consistent length that didn't vary by question. Whether I asked something simple or something that would normally require a beat of thought, the delay was the same. Fixed. It wasn't thinking, it was processing. I kept the conversation going because something in me understood, beneath the part that was still explaining things to itself, that I should not turn my back on it. Then my phone rang in my pocket. Sandra's name and number on the screen. I answered it. Her voice, real, alert, a little worried, said she'd seen my backlight on and wanted to check if everything was okay. She'd been watching from her front window across the street. She was inside her house. She had been inside her house. I looked at the thing at my fence. Both of us went quiet at the same moment. Me because language had become inaccessible. It because whatever process it had been running had hit a condition it hadn't accounted for. We stayed like that for a full moment. Me on the porch with the phone at my ear, it at the fence. Sandra's voice asking if I was still there. Then it walked to the back of my yard, stepped over the fence in a single fluid motion. Not through the gate, directly over the fence, crossed the strip of grass, and entered the tree line. No rushing, no startled movement. Just done, the way a person is done with something when it hasn't gone the way they planned. Then it was in the dark, and it was gone. I told Sandra I'd seen a deer. I don't fully know why I said that. I think I needed to hear myself say something ordinary before I could stay on the phone without sounding the way I felt. I've thought about that encounter a great deal in the years since. Not so much what it was. I've accepted that I won't get an answer to that. But what it was doing there specifically. It hadn't wandered into my yard. It had selected a form, a specific identity, and used that form to stand at my back fence at 11 at night. It had chosen Sandra. Someone I know well enough to come outside for, whose presence in my yard reads as worry rather than threat, whose face would get the back door opened without fear. How long had it been in those woods watching my street before it made that choice? How many nights had it stood at the tree line observing which neighbors I acknowledged, how we moved around each other, which faces I trusted? What was it doing out there on all the other nights when it wasn't wearing anyone's face? I don't have answers. I just know that if my phone hadn't been in my pocket that night, I would have kept talking until it found a reason for me to walk to the fence. And I cannot say with any confidence that I wouldn't have gone. I've been doing volunteer search and rescue in northern Maine for 6 years. I want to establish that clearly because I think it matters for how you receive what I'm about to tell you. I am not someone who frightens easily in the field. I have seen the aftermath of exposure deaths, fall injuries, animal encounters. I've recovered people who didn't make it, and I've done that job with the composure the job requires. In 6 years, I had never refused to approach a recovery site. I had never told my team coordinator I would not go further than a certain point. I did both of those things on the third missing person call in that region of Maine that followed the same pattern. This is that call. The missing subject was a 34-year-old man, experienced solo winter hiker, had set out on a 4-day loop in January and missed his check-in on day 3. By the time we were called, he'd been missing for approximately 72 hours, in temperatures that had reached -18 overnight. The statistical reality of that is not something you can pretend away when you've done this work long enough. We found his camp on the second hour of the search. Tent intact, sleeping bag and pad inside, food supply untouched, pack against the tent wall. The stove had been used. There was a cup with frozen coffee residue on the ground sheet. Whatever had happened, it had happened fast. He'd been at camp, he'd been comfortable, and then he hadn't been at camp. The smell hit us about 40 feet past the campsite. Everyone on the team stopped at the same moment. You don't need experience with this specific smell to recognize it. Your body does that for you, immediately, before you've taken a second breath. Sweet overwrought, cloying, wrong in a way that registers as biological threat before any cognitive process has named it. The team leader looked at me. I looked at him. We continued. We found the first remains 20 feet further. I'm going to be specific because specificity is what makes this different from an animal attack, and the difference matters to me. What we found was not a scatter pattern. Wolf kills, coyote kills, predator kills under competitive pressure. They produce scatter, they produce drag evidence, they produce the chaotic geography of multiple animals feeding at speed. This produced none of that. The remains were in a contained area no larger than 10 feet across. The long bones, femur, tibia, humerus, had been cracked at the midshaft with a force that the state medical examiner later described, carefully and with evident discomfort, as requiring a pressure load inconsistent with any known predator in the region. Cracked and then hollowed, the marrow fully extracted. The bones that remained were clean in a way that takes sustained attention to produce. Some bones were missing entirely and have never been recovered. The position of the remains was not random. I've thought carefully about whether I'm imposing a pattern on what was simply chaos, and I don't believe I am. What remained had been placed. The word I keep using, the word several of us used independently in the debrief, is arranged, like something that had finished and then organized what was left. I don't have a framework for what that means about the thing that did it. I just know what we saw. The tracks led north from the site. Bipedal, deeply impressed. When I placed my boot beside one of the prints, my size 11 disappeared inside it with room remaining. Spaced in a stride pattern that, if I'm being precise about it, suggests something moving fast despite the size of the impressions. We followed them 40 feet, and a member of my team stopped walking. She pointed at the tree line to the east and said she was not going further. She is one of the most capable people I have worked with. I looked at the tree line. I didn't see it clearly. Dusk was coming in, and the trees were dark and dense, and what I saw was a shape in the darkness between trunks, rather than a specific thing. But the shape had height I could establish relative to the trees around it, and the height was wrong by every measurement I had a reference for. It was the protrusions from the upper silhouette that I keep returning to. The irregular formations rising from the crown of the head against the dark sky, branching and asymmetric. It was still. It was watching us the way something watches when it is not concerned about being watched in return. We radioed in and waited for the official team at the campsite. I did not go back to the recovery site. The official report lists cause of death as animal attack, species undetermined. The medical examiner's report has a supplementary note about the fracture force on the long bones that uses the phrase mechanically inconsistent 3 times, without explaining what mechanism would be consistent. Nobody has followed up on that note in any official capacity. This was the 3rd call in that region in 2 years that followed the same pattern. Same smell, same contained arrangement of remains, same tracks, same missing bones. I know one of the other responders from the first call, and we have spoken about it once, briefly, and agreed not to speak about it again because neither of us has anything to add that makes it better. I still do this work. I don't know how to stop doing it. But when I get a call in that region now, I check the coordinates before I accept it. And if the coordinates fall within a certain range, I take longer than I should to call back. I tell myself it's because I need to prepare. I almost didn't take the trip. That's the thing I keep coming back to. How close I was to just staying home. How a different week, a different mood, a different listing the algorithm showed me. And none of this happens. I think about the men who did stay. The ones who didn't leave when I did. I drove down to the lake on a Thursday in late May. 6 months of 60-hour weeks. A project that had consumed everything. And a friend told me, get out of the city. Go somewhere with no signal. Just water and quiet. I found the cabin on a rental site. Photos looked good. Wood porch, lake access, a kayak tied to a dock. 4.5 stars. Reviews said, peaceful, quiet, perfect for solo trips. I should have noticed that every review was from someone who'd visited in winter or early spring. Not one from summer. Not one from anyone who'd been there when the water was warm enough to swim in, when the lake was low enough to see what was on the bottom. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. Small cabin, clean, right on the water. Nearest neighbor half a mile back through the pines. I unpacked, sat on the porch, drank a beer, watched the light die on the lake. 1/4 mile across, heavily wooded all the way around. No boat ramp, no public access. Completely private, completely still. I felt 6 months of tension start to loosen for the first time. I cooked, ate, went to bed early, slept better than I had in months. The first sound came at 12:40. I know the exact time because I'd left my phone face up on the nightstand, and the screen lit when the noise jolted me awake. I lay in the dark and told myself what everyone tells themselves. It's an animal. Foxes make sounds like women crying. So do certain owls. So do raccoons in mating season. I know all of this. I've camped my whole life. I'm not someone who panics in the dark. But I had never heard anything like what was coming off that water. It started low, something between a moan and a hum, formless, like it wasn't sure yet what it was trying to become. Then over 2 or 3 minutes it climbed, slowly, deliberately, the way a person builds towards something they need you to hear. By the time it peaked, it was a scream, a sustained, full-lunged human scream, a woman's scream, the kind of sound that takes real pain to produce, that you feel in your chest, that your body reads as emergency before your mind catches up. Then silence. I stood at the bedroom window looking at the lake for a long time. Still water, dark tree line, nothing. I told myself it was a fox and went back to bed and did not sleep. The second night, it was closer. I'd spent the day on the water, reading, telling myself I'd been half asleep and built something out of animal sounds and strange acoustics. By evening, I'd almost managed to believe it. I sat on the porch until the lake went dark. At 12:50, the sound started again. This time from the water line, directly below the porch, 30 feet away. And it moved. I could track it by ear, starting at the shore directly beneath me, moving left along the bank toward the small cove around the north bend. That same low hum climbing to a cry. But this time, underneath it, something else. A wet sound. Not water moving. Something moving through shallow water. Slow. Purposeful. I turned on my flashlight. The beam hit the dock and 30 feet of shoreline either side. Nothing. But the mud at the waterline was disturbed. I could see it from where I was standing, pressed in a pattern I couldn't read at that distance. The screaming had stopped the moment my light came on. I stayed on that porch until 4 in the morning. At first light, I walked down to the bank. The impressions in the mud were handprints. Both hands, deep, side by side, moving from the water toward dry land, like something had been crawling out. I told myself, heron, deer, anything. I half-packed my bag. Didn't leave. The third night I should have gone. I've been telling myself to leave all day. Bag half-packed by 5. But it was the first real break I'd taken in 6 months, and something stupid in me refused to give it up. I made dinner, had too much to drink, fell asleep on the couch before midnight. I woke up to screaming directly outside the window. Not from the lake, not from the tree line, from the porch, maybe 4 feet from my face. I came off that couch and hit the floor, and for a second I couldn't remember where I was. Then the screaming stopped, and there was only the water, and I was on my knees in the dark with my heart coming apart. I grabbed the flashlight. I made myself go to the window. She was standing at the end of the dock. I want to be precise. I don't know exactly what I saw. My brain has spent 3 years looking for a rational explanation and hasn't found one. What I can tell you is that there was a figure at the end of my dock that had not been there when I fell asleep. Female in shape. Long dark hair, wet, hanging forward over the face. And the color was wrong. Not pale skin, not white clothing. Just white. The way a photograph looks when the exposure is catastrophically overblown. Too bright against the dark water. Too still. And then it turned toward the cabin. I don't remember leaving the window. I was outside, around the side of the cabin, moving toward my car in the dark. And behind me I could hear footsteps on the dock planks. Wet, slow, not running, not hurrying. Like whatever it was knew exactly where I was going and wasn't concerned. I got in the car. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice. When the engine finally caught, I reversed off the gravel drive too fast and took out a fence post, crinkled the whole rear quarter panel, and I did not stop. 40 minutes to the nearest town, gas station parking lot, sat there until the sun came up. I checked into a motel, called the rental company and said I had a family emergency, never went back for my bag. A few weeks later, I told the story to a friend who knew the area. I wasn't expecting anything. I still wasn't fully sure what I'd experienced. But she went quiet in a way I recognized. The way people go quiet when something fits a shape they already know. She looked it up while I was still talking. There had been a woman, local, early 30s, killed at that property in the mid-90s. Not quickly, not by one person. A group of men, at the cabin, at the lake. The trial had been complicated by how the evidence came in, and what came out publicly was only part of what the locals knew. Her body had been found in the water. After that, there were stories. Fishermen who heard crying after midnight and pulled their lines and left without speaking. A couple who rented the cabin in 2003 and called emergency services at 2 in the morning. When deputies arrived, they found nothing, but both of them were being treated for hypothermia despite a warm July night, and neither could explain how they'd ended up in the water. The people from that county have a name for her. They don't go near the lake after dark. Every local knows. It's the kind of thing you just know if you're from there. Nobody told me. I have photos from that trip still on my phone. The cabin, the porch, the water at golden hour. If I scroll far enough back, I find one I don't remember taking. Time-stamped 2:14 a.m., facing the dock, my flashlight beam crossing the water at an angle. The end of the dock is empty, but in the bottom corner of the frame, where the bank meets the water, there are 2. I've hunted with Marcus since we were 19. 15 years of early mornings, long silences, and the specific kind of trust that builds when you spend enough time alone in the woods with someone. I know how he moves. I know how he talks. I know how he handles himself when things go wrong. The steadiness of him, the practicality, the way he's never once in 15 years lost his head over anything the forest threw at us. You know a person that deeply after that long. You know when something is wrong with them. What came back from the trees that afternoon looked like Marcus. It was not Marcus. This was 3 winters ago on a private hunting plot in northern Minnesota that a friend of ours leases annually. Remote enough that you won't see another vehicle for the full week. Close enough to feel like a reasonable risk. We'd done the trip twice before without incident. Log cabin, 2 bedrooms, a wood stove that throws serious heat, trail cameras on the northern and eastern edges of the property. The second morning, Marcus was up before me. I heard him at 5:30, assumed coffee and gear. When I came down at 6, he was gone. Note on the table saying he'd gone to check the northern trail camera and would be back before 9. He wasn't back at 9, or 10, or 11. I walked the northern trail at 11:30. The camera was where it always was. Marcus wasn't. The card hadn't been checked, the camera undisturbed. I stood there calling his name into the bare trees and got nothing back but the dead silence of a Minnesota winter forest that has nothing moving in it. -15. He'd been out there in that for over 5 hours. I went back to the cabin for the radio. He was sitting on the front steps, full gear, pack at his feet, rifle across his knees, looking at the ground. He didn't react when I called his name from the tree line. Didn't react when I got close. Only looked up when I put a hand on his shoulder and said his name directly at him. And in that fraction of a second before his face arranged itself into something familiar, I saw something I've spent 3 years trying to accurately describe. His eyes focused from very far away, the way a screen comes back from sleep, something returning to a place it had briefly vacated. He said he'd gotten turned around, that he'd been sitting for a while to get his bearings. He was calm in a way that was wrong, not the calm of a man who'd been frightened and come through it, but the calm of something that had been removed from him. He didn't want to discuss it. He said he was fine and went inside. He didn't eat that night. I want you to understand what that means. Marcus is the kind of man who treats food in the field like a logistical problem to be aggressively solved. 15 years, never once skipped a meal outside. He sat across from me at the table while I ate and looked at the window. The temperature outside was -17. He'd been out in that for the better part of 6 hours and he wasn't hungry. I couldn't sleep. Something sat wrong in my chest that I was calling worry about Marcus, and was actually something older than worry. Around 2 in the morning, the smell came through the walls. Sweet in a way that decay isn't usually sweet. Underneath the rot was something almost floral, cloying and wrong in a way your body catalogs as dangerous before your brain has processed it. I lay in my bunk and it got stronger. Then the sound. Not a footstep, a compression of the frozen ground that I felt through the floorboards, slow and deliberate, moving along the side of the cabin. Patient, methodical, circling. I went to the window. 3 seconds. That's how long it was at the tree line before it moved back into the forest and was gone. 3 seconds was enough. The moonlight on snow backlit it clearly enough that I have never been able to convince myself I didn't see what I saw. The height of it, 9 feet at minimum, possibly more, and carrying almost no weight, nothing on those bones but the skin stretched over them like something trying to be contained. The protrusions from the skull like dead branches, asymmetric and wrong. The chest caved inward between the ribs in the specific concavity of something that has been starving for longer than a body should survive starvation. It moved from the tree line into the trees in the time it takes to blink, and it left nothing behind it in the snow. No sound, no disturbed branches. Marcus's room was empty. He was standing at the living room window with both hands flat on the glass, looking out at the trees. He didn't respond when I said his name. He stood there for the better part of an hour, and then went back to bed, and in the morning had no memory of it. None. He asked me at breakfast why I looked like I hadn't slept. We left after breakfast. 30 feet off the eastern trail on the way out, we found the whitetail buck, or what was left of it. The blood in the snow was still dark, 12 hours old at most. What had been done to that animal in 12 hours I cannot account for using anything I know about predators. The carcass had been worked with a thoroughness and deliberateness no wolf pack produces. Bones stripped completely clean, the long bones cracked and the marrow extracted. The rib cage opened with a force that fractured the bones rather than separating them at the joints. Certain bones missing entirely. No scatter, no drag marks, no signs of competition or fighting over the kill. A single feeding. One thing, working alone, efficiently, and without waste. I did the math on the amount of tissue consumed and I stopped doing the math. Marcus has been different since that trip. Nothing dramatic. Nothing you'd point to if you didn't know him well. He doesn't like being cold anymore. Sometimes doesn't answer to his name the first time you say it. When we eat together, there's a focus to it, a specific quality of attention to the food that wasn't there before. Small things. The kind of things you notice after 15 years of knowing someone. We haven't been back to that property. He hasn't suggested it. Neither have I. I keep coming back to the arms. That's the detail I can't shake. Every time I try to talk myself out of what I saw those 3 nights, I get to the arms and I stop. Because there's no version of what I saw where the arms were normal. We've lived in this neighborhood for about 4 years. My wife and I, our dog Cleo, the whole routine. It's quiet in the way suburbs near the edge of town tend to be quiet. The kind of street where the houses have good separation between them, lots on the larger side, and the back of our property bumps up against a tree line that runs maybe a quarter mile before it opens onto the county road. Not a deep forest, but thick enough that once you're past the first row of trees, you can't see anything. At night, that whole stretch of woods just becomes a wall of black. I have a sleep problem. Always have. My wife is out in under 5 minutes. She has the kind of brain that just lets go when the lights go off, and I have always been jealous of that. I end up downstairs most nights around 2 a.m., sitting in this armchair by the front window, lights off, just decompressing until my brain winds down enough to go back up. It works better than any app or supplement I've tried. Something about the stillness of an empty street at that hour. I saw it first on a Tuesday in October. I was sitting in the chair, not really focused on anything, just staring at the street the way you stare at a wall when your mind goes quiet. And I noticed a figure walking up the road. Walking in the road, not the sidewalk, which registered somewhere in the back of my head as slightly off, but not alarming. It happened at a distance, maybe 4 or 5 houses down, and I didn't think anything of it at first. People walk at night. Insomnia isn't unique to me. And then I noticed the arms. They were hanging too low, not swinging the way arms swing when you walk, not the natural pendulum motion, not even the reduced swing of someone with their hands in their pockets. They were just hanging, slightly forward of where arms should hang, and they seemed too long. Not dramatically, not some cartoon long thing, just a few inches wrong. Just enough that once you registered it, you couldn't stop registering it. And the stride had a quality I keep struggling to describe, like watching someone who had learned to walk by watching other people walk and was carefully executing the memory of it. Every step was a little too considered, a little too deliberate, like it was running an internal checklist. I told myself it was someone who'd had a few drinks. The weird arms, the odd walk, the road instead of the sidewalk. Drunk, obviously. The figure stopped in front of my house. Not at the driveway, in the road, directly out front, facing the house. Not looking at a house number, not checking a phone. Just standing and facing the house like it was listening to something inside. I couldn't see the face from where I was sitting. It was dark, and the nearest streetlight was at the corner, too far to reach. But the orientation was unmistakable. I sat there for probably 4 minutes, completely still, and the figure stood there the whole time. Then it just started walking again, continued up the street, and turned the corner. Gone. I sat in the chair for another half hour. I didn't tell my wife. I convinced myself it was a person having a bad night. Came back to bed and lay there until 6. 2 nights later it came back, and it was closer. I hadn't planned to watch for it. I was just in the chair the same way I always am. But when I looked at the street, it was already there. Not starting from 4 houses down, starting from 2. Same arms, same deliberate stride, same quality of movement that made my skin go tight in a way I couldn't explain. It stopped in front of the house again, same position. This time I leaned toward the window. I was trying to see the face. I was maybe 8 feet from the glass, and the more I looked, the less certain I was that there was a face there, in the way there should be a face. Not that it was absent, just that the details felt unresolved. Like looking at a face in a dream where you know it's a face, but when you try to focus, the features don't hold. It stood there for longer that time, 5 or 6 minutes, maybe more, then walked on. I told my wife in the morning. To her credit, she took it seriously. Security camera ordered that afternoon, non-emergency police line called, deadbolts checked. The guy on the phone was polite and clearly thought I'd seen someone out for a late walk. Reasonable. My wife thought the same thing, and I couldn't argue with her. I could barely explain what was wrong about it. The camera arrived 2 days later, but the third night came before I could get it set up. I came downstairs and sat in the chair, and it was already at the end of my driveway. Not walking, already there. Standing at the foot of the driveway, looking up at the window. I know how that sounds, and I know I've said I couldn't see the face clearly, but there was no other interpretation for the way it was positioned. Whatever was standing out there had clocked exactly which window I sat in every night. It wasn't facing the house generally. It was oriented directly at the window. At me. Cleo, who had been asleep on the couch behind me, woke up. She stood, walked to the edge of the cushion, and stared toward the window. She made a sound I've never heard her make before or since. Not a bark, not a proper growl, more like a sustained low vibration in her chest, continuous and toneless. She didn't move. She just stood there on the couch making that sound and staring at the window. I don't know how long I sat there. My sense of time in that moment wasn't reliable. Long enough that my legs got stiff. Long enough that the cold crept into the room from the gap under the door. The figure stood at the end of my driveway the whole time. Then it turned, and the way it turned was wrong. Something about the mechanics of it, the relationship between how the head moved and how the shoulders moved, not quite how a body should rotate. And it walked to the corner and went into the dark space between two houses, and I never saw it again. I got the camera up the next morning, watched the footage every night for almost 4 weeks. Nothing. Cleo doesn't sit near the front window anymore. She used to love that spot, spent every evening up there watching the street. Now if I put her there, she jumps down and goes to the back of the house. Every time, without exception. I still sit in the chair. I can't tell you why. Maybe habit. Maybe I'm still watching for it. Maybe some part of me wants to see it one more time just to confirm that I know the difference between a person and whatever that was. Because that's the thing that stays with me. It looked like a person. It was shaped like a person. It walked like a person if you didn't know what you were looking at. But once you saw it, you couldn't unsee what was wrong. And Cleo saw it too. That's the part my wife doesn't have an explanation for. And neither do I. I've been section hiking the Appalachian Trail for 6 years. Not all at once. I do it in pieces. A week here, 4 days there, whatever I can pull away from work. By last September, I had close to 800 miles behind me, and I considered myself a competent backcountry person. Not a survivalist, not an expert, but someone who had spent enough nights alone in serious terrain to know the difference between sounds that were nothing and sounds that were something. I did a 4-day section in southwestern Virginia last fall. Remote stretch, Jefferson National Forest, not one of the popular sections. No shelters, minimal foot traffic that time of year. I planned it that way. I like the empty sections. I like being alone in the woods. First day was perfect. 8 miles, good weather, set up camp near a ridge, had food and was in my tent by 8 p.m. Solo hiking does that. It gets dark and there's nothing to do but sleep. I was out within 10 minutes. Second day started fine. I was 2 miles into the morning when I noticed the footsteps. Not immediately. It took a while to register. At some point I became aware of a sound behind me on the trail. The rhythm of steps on leaf cover, roughly matching my pace. I assumed another hiker. I slowed to let them pass. The footsteps slowed. I stopped to check my map and the footsteps stopped about 5 seconds after I did. I turned around. Empty trail, curving away into the trees. I stood there for a full minute. Nothing. Started walking again, and within 30 seconds the footsteps were back. I tried to catch it, stopped suddenly, spun around. Empty trail. I told myself it was an echo. Some terrain does that, sound bouncing off a ridgeline. I kept going. That night I was in my tent by 7:30, a mile off the main trail on a flat section near a dry creek bed. Ate, got into my bag, started reading. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the leaf cover around the tent. Moving slowly. Not in a circle exactly, more like something walking a perimeter, taking its time, getting a sense of the space. I lay completely still. The sound stopped. Then, after maybe 3 minutes of silence, something pressed against the outside of the tent. Just briefly, a pressure against the fabric, like a hand or a weight leaning in. It held for 2 seconds and then released. I did not move. I had a knife in my sleeping bag and my hand was on it, and I lay there for what felt like hours. The footsteps moved away gradually. At some point, I fell asleep from pure exhaustion. In the morning, I got out and looked at the ground around the tent. The leaf cover had been disturbed in a rough ring. Not footprints exactly, but dragging, like something circling without quite lifting its feet. On the side where the pressure had been, the mud at the edge of the flat ground had an impression. Large. Too wide for a human hand. Too symmetrical for a bear paw. 4 marks, but the spacing was wrong for anything I knew how to identify. I packed the tent in 8 minutes, was back on the main trail in 20. I went through every explanation on the walk out. Bear. Possible. But bears don't walk deliberate perimeters and the impression wasn't right. Another hiker. The behavior made no sense for a person. An animal I didn't recognize. I'd been in serious backcountry dozens of times and had never heard anything move like that. That patiently. That quietly. I came out at the trailhead on day 3 instead of day 4. Drove to the nearest town, found a diner, sat in a booth over coffee for a long time. The woman behind the counter looked at me and asked if I was okay. I told her where I'd been. She got a look on her face, not surprised, just something shifting behind the eyes, and she said, "People don't really hike that section anymore." I asked her why. She refilled my coffee and moved to another table. She didn't say she didn't know. She didn't say she'd never heard of anything happening up there. She just didn't answer. And in the small towns of the Appalachians, especially the ones that have been there a long time, that non-answer is its own kind of answer. I've done 2 other AT sections since. Different states, no issues. I still go out, I still sleep in tents, I'm fine in the woods. But I haven't gone back to that section of Virginia, and I won't. Not because I'm certain something will happen again, but because I've never found an explanation for what did happen, and the absence of an explanation is worse than anything I could have seen. The footsteps that matched my pace, second for second. The pressure on the tent fabric. The impression in the mud that wasn't a hand and wasn't a paw. And the woman at the diner who knew exactly where I'd been just from the look on my face and decided not to tell me what she knew. Whatever is on that ridge, it's been there long enough that locals stopped going. Long enough that the knowledge traveled without anyone writing it down. Long enough that a woman at a diner can read it on a stranger's face within 30 seconds. I don't need a name for it. I just need to stay a long way from that section of the trail. So far, that's been enough. My son Eli was 4 years old when he started telling us about the tall man in his room. 4-year-olds have rich interior lives. Eli had carried an imaginary friend, a dog named Pepper, since the age of 3, and Pepper featured heavily in daily life and occasionally took the blame for minor household incidents. We were experienced parents by then. We understood child development. When Eli mentioned the tall man who sat in his room at night, we did what informed, reasonable parents do. We validated his feelings, explained the difference between dreams and waking life, left the hallway light on, and filed it under normal developmental behavior. We should have paid closer attention to the details. We'd moved to our current house the spring Eli turned 4, a quiet Ohio suburb where the lots back up to a strip of old deciduous forest the development was built around rather than through. Eli loved his room. Morning light, a window seat he immediately claimed. The first 3 weeks were good, in the unremarkable way that good weeks are good. The first mention of the tall man came in week 4. I was putting him to bed when he asked if his friend was coming tonight. I asked which friend. He said the tall man who sits in the corner and watches him sleep. I looked at the corner, nothing, and told him there was no one there. He said he knew that the tall man only came after the lights went off. I asked if he'd spoken to him. Eli said the tall man didn't talk, he just watched. I told my wife. We agreed. Unusual imaginary friend, monitor, and reassess. The details Eli offered over the next 3 weeks didn't behave the way imaginary friend details usually behave. They didn't evolve creatively or incorporate things from books or television. They narrowed and sharpened. He said the tall man had no clothes on. He said his skin was white like paper. He said the fingers were very, very long. When I asked how long he spread his own hands as wide as they'd go, and said, "Longer than this, Daddy, much, much longer." He said the man always crouched in the corner because he was too tall to stand up straight in the room, and that sometimes he crouched next to the bed instead of the corner, and Eli didn't like that as much. In week 6, Eli stopped staying in his own room. Not in a distressed way, no crying, no tantrums, just appearing silently at our bedside at whatever hour and climbing in. When I carried him back, he'd go without protest and be in our bed again by morning. He told me the tall man had a smell now, like something old, and that he'd moved from the corner all the way to next to the bed and was watching Eli's face from very close. My wife wanted to call someone, pediatrician, child psychologist, someone with credentials. I was nearly there. But first I drove to an electronics store and bought a security camera. I set it up while Eli was at preschool, positioned on the bookshelf with a full room field of view, connected to my phone, night vision capable. I told Eli there was a new light on his shelf, but nothing else. That night he asked if his friend was coming. I said I didn't think so. He looked at the camera for a moment without saying anything, and then went to sleep. I checked the footage the next morning at 6 while my wife and Eli were still asleep. Eli was in bed, sleeping normally. The room was still. At 3:14 a.m., the footage showed a shape in the corner. I've thought about how to describe what I saw in that recording, and I don't think there is a clean way to do it. Something was in the corner, white enough to register clearly on the infrared, folded into the corner with too many angles, the posture of something that has too many joints and uses them in ways joints aren't intended to operate. The fingers where they touched the floor in front of it were the thing I kept coming back to, the thing that made it impossible to explain away. Spread flat on the floor for balance, each one disturbingly, wrongly long in a way the infrared made unmistakably clear. Not a shadow, not a lens artifact. Fingers. It occupied the corner for 47 minutes. In the frame where it was present and the frame where it was not there is no detectable transition. It was there, and then it was not. I sat in the kitchen and watched that 47-minute clip 4 times before I woke my wife. We have not spent a night in that house since. We told Eli we were staying at Grandma's for a while, and he accepted this without question. In the car, 20 minutes into the drive, he asked from his car seat whether he thought his friend would know how to find Grandma's house. I told him I didn't know. He looked out the window and said he thought probably yes. 4 months later, I was organizing files on my laptop and found a cloud backup from our porch camera I hadn't reviewed. It had a partial angle on Eli's bedroom window. Motion triggered. The backup went back 6 weeks before I installed the room camera. On 11 separate nights in that 6-week window, at times between 3 and 4 a.m., the porch camera had recorded a shape at Eli's window. at the glass, looking in. The room camera I installed to see what was inside the room. I had never thought to look at what was coming in from outside. Eli is in kindergarten now. His teacher mentioned at the first parent conference that he was a happy, settled child. She said the only thing she'd noted was that he drew the same figure repeatedly during free art. Very tall, white, long fingers, crouching. She'd asked him what it was. He said it was his friend. She asked if his friend had a name. Eli said no, but that his friend had followed them to the new neighborhood and was very patient. She wrote that word in her notes. Patient. She showed me the drawing. I told her it was a phase. I folded it and put it in my jacket pocket, and I haven't been able to throw it away. Margaret has lived next door to me for 16 years. She's in her late 60s, retired, the kind of neighbor who brings soup when you're sick and knows every family on the street by name. She grew up in this part of Washington State, the daughter of a logger, a woman who has spent more time in the woods adjacent to our neighborhood than the rest of the street combined. She does not frighten easily. I say this because I need you to understand what it meant when she knocked on my door at 8 in the morning, soaking wet from the rain, and told me she'd seen something in her backyard the night before that she couldn't explain. I had never seen Margaret frightened. In 16 years, I had seen her calm in situations that would have undone most people. Standing on my front porch in the February rain, she looked like a different person than the one I'd known for a decade and a half. I brought her inside and made coffee, and she told me what she'd seen. She'd been awake at 2 in the morning, she said. Something had woken her, a sound from the backyard, not loud but wrong in a way that she'd registered immediately. She'd looked out the back bedroom window. Her yard backs to the same forest mine does, a belt of old Douglas fir that runs behind the full block of houses on our side of the street. She said something was walking along the far fence line at the edge of the tree line, walking upright, slowly, not rushing, moving from the left side of her yard to the right, the way a person walks a fence line when they're examining something. But it wasn't a person. She said she knew that before she'd taken in any specific detail. She'd grown up near these woods, and she knew the shapes that belonged near them, and the shapes that didn't, and this shape didn't. Too tall, she said. The shoulders too wide and too far from the ground. The head wrong. She watched it walk the fence line until it reached the right side of her yard, where the fence meets the side fence, and it stopped there and turned and looked at her window. She stepped back from the glass before it could see her, or before she had to see its face clearly. She stayed away from the window until daylight. I walked her yard with her that morning in the rain. At the tree line's edge, in the soft, wet earth, there were tracks. Bipedal, large, evenly spaced, running the length of her back fence. At the point where she'd said it stopped and turned, the impressions were deeper. The weight shift of something that had been moving, and then planted itself and stood still. They were the clearest tracks I've ever seen, and I photographed every one of them. I did not sleep well that night. At just after 3 in the morning, I was at my own back bedroom window. I don't know what I was expecting. Reassurance, I think. The familiar dark rectangle of my backyard, the fence, the tree line, the ordinary nothing that's usually there. Something to take the edge off Margaret's face over coffee that morning. It was standing at the center of my back fence, not moving, not pacing, standing at the fence facing the house at full height, 7 or 8 feet of it, the wet fur across its shoulders and back catching the faint ambient light from the neighborhood behind me. The canine head, the ears, the muzzle tilted slightly upward in my direction, the amber reflection of its eyes in the dark, 2 fixed points of pale light aimed at the window where I was standing. It was raining steadily and neither of us moved for a long time. I have tried many times since to account for the sensation I had looking at it across my dark backyard. It wasn't purely fear. I've been afraid before and I know what that feels like. It was something more specific. The sensation of being recognized, of looking at something that had looked at this house many times before and knew who stood at this window and was entirely comfortable with the knowledge. I was the new information in the equation. It had been here long enough that it was not. It turned eventually and walked back into the tree line. Not startled, not rushing. Finished, the way a person leaves a place when they've seen enough. In the morning, I told Margaret what I'd seen and showed her the photographs from her yard. She looked at them for a long time. Then she called her son, who lives 2 hours away, and told him she was going to stay with him for a while. I didn't call anyone. I've lived in this house for 16 years and I'm not leaving it. But I've had conversations with 3 other residents on the block since then. 2 of them had heard things near the back fence at night. One of them had seen something she'd refused to describe beyond saying it was large, and it stood up straight, and she had never seen any animal move the way it moved. She said she'd lived on this street for 9 years and nothing like it had happened before this winter. I've been thinking about that. About why this winter specifically. About what changed in those woods, or what came to them, or what finally decided that the tree line was close enough to the houses to close the remaining distance. I don't have an answer. I just don't look out the back window at 3 in the morning anymore. Margaret sold her house in March. The new family moved in last month. They have 2 young kids who play in the backyard. I haven't said anything to them yet. I'm not sure what I'd say. Sarah and I moved into our house in September, after 3 years of looking and 2 years of saving. A new build on the east side of town, curved streets, generous lots, the kind of neighborhood where people plant things in the front yard and take the bins in after collection. The rear of the property backed onto 60 feet of trees before the next road began. We had a moving-in party in October and felt the particular satisfaction of people who had worked hard for something and finally had it. Sarah started sleepwalking in November. She had never done it in 7 years of sharing a bed with me. The first time I woke because her side was empty and found her in the far corner of the bedroom facing the wall, her back to the room, standing still, asleep. I said her name softly, and she turned around and walked back to bed, and in the morning remembered nothing. I told her what had happened. She was mildly concerned, chalked it up to the new job and the stress of the move. When it happened again the following week, she saw our GP. He said sleepwalking in adults was common under stress, recommended a consistent sleep schedule, said not to worry. He was a good doctor. He didn't have the information to give better advice. She walked to that corner twice a week for the next 6 weeks. Always the same corner, the far corner diagonally opposite our bed, the one closest to the window that faced the tree line. Always facing the wall with her back to the room. I started sitting up to watch. She'd stand perfectly still for 20 or 30 minutes and return to bed. I timed it on my phone. I didn't tell her I was watching. I followed her one night in January. I don't know what I expected. I think I'd convinced myself that seeing her do it while standing next to her would make it feel ordinary. I got up when she rose, followed her across the dark bedroom, and stood beside her in the corner, facing the wall the way she was facing. Then I looked at what she was facing. The rake was crouched in the corner between the wall and the dresser we'd pushed to that side of the room when we moved in. It had been using the space behind the dresser, the narrow gap between it and the wall, as cover. And in that gap it occupied a volume that shouldn't have held it, folded into the angles the space permitted with a flexibility that required something other than a normal skeleton. White, hairless, the ridge of its spine visible under the pale, stretched skin, its head tilted up to look at Sarah and then, processing my presence, rotating slowly to include me. The fingers of one hand rested flat on the floor for balance, spread wide, each one laid out in its full, impossible length on the hardwood. It was completely silent. In all the time I stood there, I did not hear it breathe. The smell came to me all at once. Sweet over animal, thick and close. I had been smelling it faintly in the bedroom for weeks. Sarah had said once she liked the smell of the new house, Something organic and woody. I had agreed. I did not move. I could not produce a response that felt connected to the situation in any way. Sarah stood asleep beside me, oriented toward the thing in the corner the way a compass needle orients toward north. And I stood awake and looked at it, and it looked at me with dark, sunken eyes that moved between us with the unhurried attention of something conducting an assessment. Then it was gone. Not a movement I could follow, a discontinuity, the same frame containing it and then not containing it, the corner empty, the smell fading. Sarah standing beside me in the dark, asleep. She went back to bed. I sat on the floor for a long time. In the morning, she had no memory. She never does. I looked behind the dresser in the daylight. On the baseboard at floor level, on both walls of that corner, there were scratches, concentrated, deep, overlapping. The accumulated work of something that had braced repeatedly in that corner over an extended period. The oldest scratches had dust settled into them. These had been made long before September, long before us. I contacted the previous owners through the real estate agent. They'd listed the house after 18 months, well under the 5 years they'd told the agent they intended to stay. I sent a message through the agent, asking if they'd experienced anything unusual in the master bedroom. The reply came 3 days later. 4 words. Don't use that corner. No explanation, no follow-up. I replied asking what they meant. They never responded. Sarah had a full sleep study done in March. The results were completely normal. No abnormal activity, no sleepwalking in the lab, all readings clean. The sleep specialist said she was one of the better sleepers he'd tested. He said she only walked in her own home. He said some people were sensitive to their environment, and that perhaps our bedroom configuration was disrupting something. I moved the dresser back against the wall. I leave it there now because I have decided that what uses that corner uses it, whether I acknowledge it or not. And not seeing the scratches is the only accommodation I have left to offer myself. Last week, Sarah told me she'd been thinking about how well she sleeps in this house, better than any place she'd lived before. She said she always felt watched over somehow, like something was looking out for her. I looked at her for a long moment. Then I told her that was good, that she should hold on to that feeling. I didn't tell her she was right, and I didn't tell her what it meant. My friend Marcus has a knock. 3 slow, 2 fast, 1 slow. He's had it since college. Not something we agreed on, just a habit he fell into. The way some people always tap the same rhythm on a steering wheel without thinking. After 15 years, I know that knock the way I know his laugh. You hear it once through a door, and you don't need to look. I heard it at 2:14 in the morning on a Wednesday in November. I was already awake. One of those nights where your brain just won't let go. Nothing specific, just the restless kind that keeps you staring at the ceiling, cycling through every unresolved thing. My house is on a quiet suburban street that backs up against a strip of conservation woods on both sides. The kind of neighborhood where you can hear a car slow down 3 blocks away. I'd been in bed for 2 hours not sleeping when the knock came through the front door, clearly enough that I sat up. My first instinct was concern. Marcus doesn't live far, 12 minutes, maybe 15. We've been through enough together that a middle-of-the-night visit felt possible. Car trouble, something bad. I know his life well enough to picture what might drive him to my door at 2 a.m. I got up, walked through the dark living room, and had my hand on the knob before I stopped. I don't know exactly what stopped me. There was nothing obviously wrong, just the knock, then silence. But something sat badly in my chest, and I held the knob without turning it, and I listened. That's when I heard the breathing. Quiet, just on the other side of the door. The rhythm of someone who'd been walking and was settling, slightly elevated, coming down. Normal, human. But I hadn't heard footsteps crossing my porch. I have 2 loose boards out there, the same 2 I've been meaning to fix for 3 years. They creak loudly enough to hear from the kitchen. Whatever was breathing on my porch hadn't come across them. I let go of the knob and stepped back. Then my name came through the door. Marcus's voice. My first name, clean and clear, said at the volume of a greeting. Hey. Then my name. Casual. The voice of someone who expected to be let in. I've heard Marcus's voice in every condition over 15 years. Drunk, exhausted, furious, scared. I know what he sounds like performing calm versus actually being calm. What came through my door sounded like him. Not a recording, not an impression. The specific texture of his voice, the slight rhythm he has when saying something simple. But the porch boards hadn't creaked. I called him from where I stood, screen brightness low. He picked up on the fourth ring, hoarse and slow. He'd been asleep. He was home. I told him wrong number, sorry, go back to sleep, and hung up. My name came through the door again. Same inflection, same casual ease. A pause, then a third time, different now, lower. The way Marcus sounds when something real is happening and he needs your full attention. I've heard that register maybe a dozen times in 15 years. Funerals, hard phone calls. The night his dad was in hospital. It's not a tone most people would even clock as distinct from his regular voice. Whatever was on my porch had clocked it. I backed into my kitchen and stood with my spine against the counter. The loose boards never creaked. I never heard footsteps leaving. The breathing dropped below what I could hear through the door. I stood there until 4 a.m., then sat at the kitchen table until it got light. I opened the front door at 7 in the morning. The porch was empty, frost on the lawn, clear morning, nothing you'd look at twice. I have a camera mounted above the door, wide angle, infrared, motion activated. I pulled the footage and watched 2 hours and 6 minutes of it. The porch is empty. Every frame. No figure, no shadow, nothing suggesting any presence. But the knock is in the audio. Clear as anything. 3 slow, 2 fast, 1 slow. Then a pause. Then my name in Marcus's voice. Then the third instance, lower, deliberate. I've exported that clip and listened to it around 60 times now. The sound is there. The porch is empty. I told Marcus about it a few days later. He listened without interrupting, which is unusual for him. When I finished, he asked if I wanted him to walk the perimeter with me, check the edge of the tree line. I said I already had. He went quiet again. What I keep coming back to is the specificity. That knock is something only people who know Marcus would recognize. 15 years of repetition, consistent, particular. Whatever was at my door had been close enough, long enough, to absorb it exactly. And the third instance of my name, the serious register, that's not in his general tone. It's something Marcus uses in specific moments under specific emotional pressure. Whatever was outside had observed and cataloged the difference. I live on a street backed up to woods on both sides. I've been here 3 years. I don't know what can stand in a tree line and observe a house long enough to learn a person's voice that completely. I don't know what it needs that information for. What I think about most is how close I came to opening the door. Hand on the knob, half a second from pulling it back. 15 years of conditioning telling me that knock meant safety, meant someone I trusted, meant nothing to be afraid of. That's all it needed. Not strength, not speed. The right knock, and one voice, and my name said the right way. Marcus still comes over most weeks. Same knock every time. I wait for the porch boards now. Both of them. Every single time. The smell was the first thing. Faint at first. I thought something had died in the walls, which happens in old houses, and I figured it would pass in a week or two the way these things do. But instead of fading, it got more specific, less like decay and more like something biological and wrong, the way a wound smells when it's been closed too long. The bathroom ceiling was where it was strongest, a dark patch maybe 2 feet across, spreading slowly outward from the center. I poked it with a broom handle, and the drywall gave, soft and damp. Assumed a leaking pipe and called a plumber. The plumber checked the bathroom ceiling, checked the crawl space above through the access panel in the upstairs closet, and came back looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. No leak, he said. The moisture in that section wasn't from any pipe. He strongly recommended I call someone to inspect more thoroughly, packed his tools faster than was strictly professional, and left. He didn't specify who I should call. He just didn't want to go back up there himself. I waited 2 more weeks. The smell got worse. The patch got larger. I started hearing sounds from the crawl space at night. Not movement exactly, more like settling. Slow, heavy breathing, the kind something large makes when it's at rest. On a Saturday morning in late September, LED work light on an extension cord, neighbor on standby with my location on his phone, I went into the crawl space myself. 3 feet of clearance up there, insulation packed between joists, the smell hitting me hard around 10 feet in. Up close it was overwhelming. Raw meat and ammonia and something muskier underneath. Animal and wrong. My light swept ahead. The section above the bathroom had been altered. Insulation pulled out and piled to the sides, clearing a flat area 4 feet wide on the subfloor. In the center of that area, a depression, shaped like a long body, where something heavy had lain in the same position for a long time, the wood worn smooth. Around the edges, bones. Small ones mostly, birds and squirrels and what looked like a cat's skull, picked completely clean. Not scattered, arranged, sorted by size, stacked to clear space. I was on my hands and knees 6 inches from the depression when I heard something behind me. I turned, clumsy in the tight space, shoulder hitting a joist. My light swung and caught it. At the far end of the crawl space, between me and the access hatch, something was moving toward me. Low and fast and flat against the subfloor, moving the way water moves through a gap, filling every inch of available space. I screamed. In that confined space, the sound was enormous and it stopped. 3 feet from my face, in the full beam of the work light. I saw it clearly. I wish I hadn't. Pressed flat against the subfloor, but wrong even flattened. Too elongated, limbs folded against its body in configurations that didn't work for the joints they were supposed to have. Face turned toward me. 2 eyes catching the light back flat and reflective, the same way a photograph of a face reflects light. No depth, nothing behind them. The mouth was open. It had too many teeth and they were the right color, and somehow that was worse than anything else about it. I swung the work light at its face. The cord snapped taut, the bulb shattered, but I made contact. It reared back. I moved, elbows and knees in the dark, pure reflex, toward the hatch. Hit the frame with my shoulder, found the opening, fell through into the closet below, slammed the panel shut above me. I held it with both hands for 5 minutes. Nothing pushed back. I had a 3-inch gash on my forearm from a joist, bleeding freely, that I didn't notice until I was already in my car. 8 stitches. I told the ERI I caught it on a nail. We got contractors to go into the space with 3 men and proper lighting. They found the depression, the bones, the scratch marks on the underside of every joist in that section. They found 1 joist above the shower that had been scored through almost completely from above, wood fibers barely holding. Another few weeks and the ceiling would have come through on its own. Whatever was up there had been working on the ceiling, from above, taking its time. I don't know what it was waiting for. I don't know why it hadn't just come down through the access panel on its own terms instead of engineering a collapse. Maybe it wanted the element of surprise. Maybe it had a reason I don't have the framework to understand. I think about that cat skull in the pile of bones. We have never owned a cat. Something else brought that one in. I want to be clear about one thing before I get into this. I've thought about that night almost every day for 2 years, and the thing I keep coming back to isn't the eyes. The eyes were the end of it, the confirmation, the thing that closed the loop. What actually stays with me, what I haven't been able to put down, is the 40 seconds before I saw the eyes. The 40 seconds where I had my hand on the deadbolt and was about to turn it. This was 2 Octobers ago. My wife was at her sister's for the weekend. I was home alone in our house. Quiet neighborhood, street where you know everyone's name. The kind of place where nothing unusual has ever happened in the 12 years we've lived there. I was on the couch watching something, maybe 10:30. Rain coming down hard the way it does in late October. The kind of rain that makes the whole house feel sealed off from everything outside. The knock came at 11. 3 knocks. Measured, evenly spaced. Not urgent, not tentative. Deliberate in a way that I noticed without being able to say exactly why I noticed it. I paused the TV and went to the door. We have a peephole. I've used it my whole adult life without thinking about it much. I'm grateful for it now in a way I struggle to put into words. 2 children on the porch, a boy and a girl. The boy looked around 12, the girl maybe 9. Both soaking wet from the rain, standing close together, the girl slightly behind him and to his left. Normal clothes, jeans, zip-up jackets, the kind of thing any kid would be wearing. They were facing the door, waiting, the way children wait when they've knocked and expect an adult to appear. My hand went to the deadbolt. Something stopped me. There was no specific thing I could point to. They looked like 2 cold, wet kids on a porch. But my body registered something wrong before my brain did. A physical sensation I've since come to understand as the same instinct an animal has in the second before it identifies a danger it can't yet name. I just felt wrong in my chest. Hollow and wrong. I left the deadbolt alone and spoke through the door instead. I asked if they were okay, if something had happened. The boy answered. His voice was the first specific thing I can name as wrong. Flat in a way children's voices aren't. Not flat like someone bored or withdrawn, but flat the way a recording of a voice is flat. The emotional register removed as a feature rather than suppressed. Adult in its cadence in a way that had nothing to do with maturity. He said they needed to use the phone. Their parents were coming to pick them up and they needed to call them. Normal words. Completely normal request. I asked where their parents were. He said nearby, just down the road, but they needed to use the phone inside to call them. Inside. That word specifically. I registered it at the time as just part of the request, and I've thought about it many times since. Not, we need a phone. Not, can you call someone for us? We need to come inside to use it. I told him I could call someone for them from where I was. I asked for the number. A pause. Too long for a child answering a simple question. The kind of pause that happens when something is processing rather than thinking. He said they needed to come inside to do it. I looked through the peephole again. The girl had moved. Not far, a few inches forward, no longer behind him. She was looking at the door in the same flat, patient way. She had moved while I was talking without me registering the motion, and something about that broke something loose in me. The moment where I couldn't find the frame in which the change had happened. I stepped back from the door to get my phone. Another knock. Same 3, same spacing, same measured deliberateness. I went back to the peephole. The boy's face was at the door. Not at the foot of the porch where he'd been standing. At the door, face level with the peephole, close enough that his breath would have fogged the glass if there were glass between us. Positioned directly in front of the lens. Exactly where you'd stand if you knew where the peephole was, which you cannot know from the outside. He was looking straight into it, straight at me. I saw his eyes. No whites, no iris, no variation of any kind. Solid black from edge to edge, the way something is black when it produces no reflection and receives no light. Not dilated pupils in darkness, not a trick of the porch light, not anything I could file under a medical condition or an optical illusion. Solid, flat, complete black. I have tried many times to find another description for them and I can't. They were the color of something that has never had light in it. He said, through the door, with his face against the peephole. "We just need to come inside." I stepped back and didn't go near the door again. I sat in the center of the living room floor for a long time. The rain kept going. At some point, I don't know when, I'd stopped checking the time. There was a single knock. Not the set of 3. Just one, quiet, like punctuation at the end of a sentence. Then nothing. I didn't look through the peephole again that night. I didn't go near any windows. I sat in the living room until around 3 in the morning and fell asleep on the floor with every light in the house on, and woke up at 7, stiff and cold with my phone still in my hand. I opened the front door in daylight. The porch was empty. The mat was wet. There were no footprints on the porch boards beyond the mat. Nothing to show that 2 children had stood there in heavy rain for however long they'd stood there. I've told 3 people in 2 years. My wife, who believed me and hasn't pushed for details, which is its own kind of grace. My brother, who didn't know what to say. And a friend who, when I described the knock rhythm and the voice and the request to come inside, told me he'd come across 2 other accounts from different people in different parts of the country describing the same sequence. Same knock, same flat voice, same insistence on inside specifically. That last part is what I think about most. If the same thing is showing up at doors across the country using the same method, the same rhythm, the same words, the same progression, then it's not improvising. It has a procedure. It has been doing this long enough to develop one and refine it and keep using it because it works. It works because most people open the door. I think about that every night when I turn the deadbolt. About what the procedure is for. About what being inside gives it that outside doesn't. About all the doors that opened before anyone thought to talk about what was on the other side of them. I don't have answers. I just turn the deadbolt. Every night. Both locks. My grandfather's land has been in the family since the 1940s. About 80 acres in rural eastern Arizona, where the terrain shifts from desert scrub into high grassland, and the sky runs unbroken in every direction. He runs cattle on roughly half of it. The rest is fenced but left alone. Old growth, dry creek bed, rock formations that have been there longer than any of us. I spent summers on that land from the time I was old enough to travel alone. I thought I knew every corner of it. There are rules on the property. My grandfather has never called them rules, more like habits. Things you do or don't do because that's simply how things are done here. You don't go into the north section after dark. You don't whistle at night. If you hear something near the cattle that you can't immediately identify, you come inside and tell him rather than investigating yourself. I grew up absorbing these guidelines the way you absorb the layout of a familiar house. Just part of how the place operates, not requiring explanation. I was 26 when I went back to help him with fencing and general maintenance. 3 days, just the 2 of us. The first day was straightforward. Physical work in dry heat, the comfortable quiet of being on land you've known since childhood. My grandfather doesn't talk much while he works. We covered a lot of ground without needing to. On the second morning, I found one of the cattle dead in the east pasture. She was on her side near the far fence line. No predator damage I could identify. No wounds. But the position was wrong in a way I couldn't fully articulate at the time, and have thought about many times since. She wasn't lying the way an animal falls or lies down on its own. She was arranged. That's the word I keep using. Her legs were positioned with a deliberateness that felt intentional, purposeful in a way that a collapsed animal's body simply isn't. I went back and told my grandfather. He listened, set down what he was holding, and walked out to look. He stood over her without speaking for a long time. Then he said we'd deal with her later, and that I should be inside before the light went that evening. He didn't say it the way you'd state a preference. He said it the way you'd tell someone to move away from a downed power line. That afternoon, I was finishing the last fence section near the south boundary when I saw the deer at the edge of the north field. I want to be precise about how this went because I've spent years trying to find the right language for it, and I'm not sure it exists. What I initially saw registered as a deer. The right general size, the right coloration for the area, a four-legged shape standing still in the tall grass at the field's edge about 200 feet away. Standing the way deer stand when they're watching something. Alert, weight forward, head up. When it moved, it didn't move right. Not injured wrong. I know what injured animals look like. The compensation patterns, the specific asymmetries of pain. This was wrong at a more fundamental level. Like something that had derived deer movement from a description of how deer move, rather than from having deer anatomy. Each step was fractionally off. The weight distribution between the legs was wrong. The neck moved in a way that deer necks don't move when the head lowered. I stopped working and watched it. It stopped too, and turned to face me. The head turned further than it should have, past the range a deer's cervical spine produces, into angles that would require a different structure underneath. And the face at 200 feet in the afternoon light was wrong in a way that reached me physically before it reached me intellectually. The eye placement was off. The proportions across the front of the face were off. It looked at me from across that field with a stillness and a directedness that nothing with deer eyes has ever turned on me in my life. I walked back to the house without looking away from it until the fence was between us. My grandfather was on the porch. He saw my face and asked what I'd seen, and I described it. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment, and then he said that there had been things on this land for as long as his family had worked it. That his father had dealt with them, and his father's father before that. That the rules I grew up with on this property weren't habits born from superstition. They were the product of a long time learning how to live alongside something that can't be removed and won't be driven off. He didn't use a specific name for what I'd seen. I've since learned the names that exist for it. He didn't use any of them. He said some things take shapes they have no right to wear, and the best response when you see it is to not engage and to not show that you've seen. I asked him what it wanted. He thought about it for a while. Then he said he wasn't sure that want was the right framework for it. That it came to the land, it did what it did, and it left. That the positioned cattle wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last. That he'd never found a pattern in which animals it chose or when. I left the next morning. I've told myself many times I'd go back. I haven't. That was 3 years ago, and my grandfather is still on that land, still running cattle, still inside before dark every evening without exception. I called him a few months after I left and asked if the thing in the north field had come back. He said yes, a couple of times. I asked if it was still using the deer. He paused and said no. It had been wearing something different since then. He didn't tell me what. I didn't ask him to. My son Caleb is 8 years old, and until last October, he had never sleepwalked in his life. He's always been a solid sleeper, the kind of kid you have to shake awake for school. So when my husband came to get me at 1 a.m. because Caleb was standing at his bedroom window, we assumed something had shifted. Sleep patterns change. Kids pick up stress from school, from movies, from things they don't tell you about. We put him back to bed and thought nothing of it. Second night, same thing. My husband found him at 2:30, standing at the window in his room, hands at his sides, facing the backyard. He didn't respond when touched, just sort of floated back to awareness when we got him into the hallway with the light on. We mentioned it to his pediatrician at his next appointment. She said it was common in boys his age. Stress, growth, a phase. Give it a few weeks. Third night I woke on my own at 1:45. One of those parental instincts. Something changed in the house and my eyes opened without any sound prompting them. I went to check on Caleb. He was at the window, same posture, but this time his head was tilted the way it does when he's concentrating on something, the way he listens to a song he's trying to learn the words of. He was awake. He'd been awake the whole time. I put my hand on his shoulder and he turned and looked at me fully. "Mommy's outside," he said. I told him I was right here. He gave me the look he gets when he thinks I'm missing something obvious. "The other mommy. She keeps calling me." I checked the backyard from his window. Nearly 2 a.m., no lights on. Just the dark lawn and the wood fence at the back and the tree line beyond it. Nothing. I told him there was nobody out there and got him into bed. But I stood in the hallway for a long time after. I went back to my own bedroom and lay there thinking. The other mommy. I know how kids talk. They dream, they half-wake. They pull imagery from things they've seen and their brains stitch it into something that sounds coherent but isn't. I knew that. But the way Caleb had said it wasn't dreamy. He wasn't groggy. He was looking at me with clear, awake eyes and explaining something he considered obvious. I started checking the backyard from our bedroom window every night before I slept. 4 nights. Nothing. On the 5th night, I was at the window at 11:30 when the motion light on the back of the garage tripped. It swept the yard in white light and I looked and saw nothing. The light ran its 30-second cycle and went off. I stood there in the dark, and 30 seconds later it tripped again. Nothing visible. 3rd time it came on, I pressed my face close to the glass. At the back of the yard, near the fence, at the very edge where the light reached its limit, something was standing just outside the illuminated area. I could only see it because of what the edge of the light did at that boundary. A shape, tall, very still, at the place where the yard met the shadow. I watched it for the full cycle. When the light went off, I couldn't see it. When it came on again, it was gone. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I went out while Caleb was at school and walked to the back fence. The grass near the fence line was pressed flat in a rough patch about 2 feet wide, roughly 15 feet from where Caleb's bedroom window sat above. Like something had stood in the same spot and shifted its weight over many nights. Not just recently, for a while. I looked up at Caleb's window from the yard. Direct line of sight, perfect view. We put a motion-activated night vision camera on the back porch, and I asked Caleb, as carefully as I could, to describe the other mommy for me. He thought about it the way he does when he's trying to be accurate. He said she looked like me, but taller. He said her smile was big, really big, like more than yours. He said she always stood at the back of the yard and held her arms out and called his name and asked him to come outside. He said her voice sounded like mine but echoed a little, like I was standing in a big room. Then he said she'd been doing it for a long time before he told us. I asked him how long. He thought about it. He said since the summer. It was November. 5 months. Whatever this was had been standing at the back of our yard calling our son's name in my voice for 5 months. And Caleb, curious, trusting, 8 years old and not yet calibrated to know what should frighten him, had been standing at the window every night watching it, treating it the way he'd treat any recurring thing in his environment. Just a feature of the night. I held it together until he went back to his room, and then I sat on the kitchen floor. Over the next 2 weeks, the porch camera caught something on 3 separate nights. A shape at the back of the yard near the fence, standing in roughly the same position. Night vision flattens everything into gray, so I couldn't be certain of much. But the shape was tall. Wrong proportions in a way I couldn't name precisely. And on the clearest of the 3 recordings, a Thursday around 1:15 a.m., the shape appeared to have its arms raised, slightly out from the body, angled toward the house. The way you hold your arms out when you're calling a child to come to you. We moved Caleb to the front bedroom that week. New room, window facing the street instead of the yard. He didn't object. He's cooperative like that when we explain the reasoning. But while I was helping him move some things, he asked me a question I've thought about every day since. He asked, "Is the other mommy going to be confused when she comes and I'm not at the window?" He wasn't scared. He was asking the way he'd ask about anyone he'd interacted with regularly, genuinely wondering what would happen to the routine, concerned in a small child way about whether she'd understand the change. I told him she'd be fine. He nodded and went back to sorting his things. Caleb's been in the front bedroom for 7 months. No sleepwalking, no window standing. The camera has caught nothing since we moved him. But here's what I haven't been able to let go of. It knew his name. It used my voice specifically. It raised its arms in the exact gesture that means, "Come here." The signal so universal a child recognizes it before they can speak. It didn't wander into our yard by accident. It knew which window to stand under. It knew which voice would work. That's not instinct. That's time. That's months of standing at a fence line in the dark, watching and learning what would bring a child to a window, what would eventually bring him outside. The only reason Caleb is in the front bedroom and not in the backyard is that he mentioned it. After 5 months. Because he assumed we already knew. He thought we could all see her. I've driven Route 9 between work and home for going on 6 years. Same 40-minute stretch of road. Same sequence of towns I've learned to stop seeing. I do it mostly at night. I run the 3 p.m. to midnight shift at a logistics hub. So I know that road in the dark better than I know it in daylight. Know where the deer cross, where the fog sits in the low sections, where the old guardrail is patched with mismatched metal. The bridge over the Carver River sits at mile marker 34. 2-lane span, maybe 200 feet across, built in the late 60s. Old but maintained. I'd crossed it 1,000 times without thinking about it. I was about 100 yards from the bridge on a Tuesday night in early November when my headlights caught something on the east tower of the span. Something large, perched on the steel arch above the road. I slowed without deciding to. Reflex, the way you slow when something's wrong before your brain has caught up to your body. It was enormous. 12, maybe 15 feet of wingspan folded against a frame that was otherwise vaguely human. Bipedal, upright, head roughly where a head should be. The body was dark, absorbing the headlight beam rather than catching it. And the eyes. 2 fixed points of red light, not reflecting like an animal's eyes in a beam. Self-luminous, their own source. Aimed directly at my car as I slowed. I crossed the bridge at 15 miles an hour, watching it the whole way. It didn't move. Didn't spread those wings or shift its weight. Just tracked my car as I passed beneath it. I drove the rest of the way home without stopping. I saw it again on Thursday. Same tower, same posture, same red eyes turning as I crossed. I pulled over on the far side and looked back through my rear window for 5 minutes. Still there when I drove away. I called the county road department the next morning. Said there was a large animal on the bridge structure that might be a hazard. Didn't say what I'd actually seen. The woman on the phone said she'd note it. Nobody called back. Saturday morning I was supposed to cross that bridge at 7:15 a.m. on my way to cover a half shift. I got into the truck and realized I'd left my phone inside. Went back for it. By the time I reached the first stretch of Route 9, the radio was already reporting an incident at mile marker 34. A section of the old deck had given way, the eastbound lane, directly below where the thing had been sitting. In the early morning traffic, 4 vehicles had gone through. The drop to the river is 60 feet. I parked on the shoulder and ran. I know that doesn't make sense, but I ran. I got to the barrier at the edge of the collapse and looked down at the river. Shallow, which made it worse, not better. 1 car on its side in the water. A pickup nose down against a concrete piling. The cab folded in on itself in a way that told me everything I didn't want to know. A man in the current, screaming, fighting. Someone beside me went over the railing with a rope before I could react, and I grabbed the other end and held it until the fire crew arrived and took it from me. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it twice. 3 people didn't come out of the water. 6 more were hospitalized. The structural report released 4 months later cited decades of undetected corrosion in the east support assembly, specifically the arch tower, where it had been sitting for 3 nights. I've turned every explanation over. A bird with that wingspan doesn't exist in this part of the country. An optical illusion doesn't track your headlights with its eyes, and nothing I can name produces its own red light in the dark. Whatever it was, it knew. It sat on that bridge and watched the traffic below, and knew what was coming for that east span. It didn't warn anyone. It didn't stop anything. It just watched until it happened, and then it was gone. I drive 40 extra minutes now to stay off Route 9, every single day. I don't think I'd feel any different even if they rebuilt the bridge from the ground up. I've been hunting since I was 12. My father taught me. His father taught him. It's just part of how I was raised, and at this point it's one of the only things that gets me properly out of my head. Every November I go out for whitetail, and every few years I make the trip down to eastern Kentucky where a college buddy has family land. Hundreds of acres of Appalachian hardwood at elevation. No posted land, no roads past the first half mile. Good deer habitat, better solitude. Last November my buddy canceled at the last minute. Family thing, couldn't be helped. But the land was still available and I went anyway. Solo, which I'd done before. Set up a tent camp about a mile and a half in, had a fixed stand in a good funnel 400 yards from camp. 4 days was the plan. The first 2 days felt quiet in a way that registered. Not good hunting quiet. Good hunting quiet has a rhythm to it. The woods settle in a particular way and everything moves correctly. This was different. Too still. Few birds. The deer I did see were moving fast, heads up, not browsing. On the second afternoon, a group of does came through the funnel like they were being pushed by something behind them. I watched them clear the tree line and looked back at where they'd come from for a long time. Nothing there, but the absence of sound where there should have been sound. Third morning, I was in the stand at 5 a.m., full dark. Fog had come in overnight. Thick, low, the kind that turns a headlamp beam into a wall. I had my rifle across my knees and I was waiting for light. Around 6 a.m. the fog started to gray. Visibility maybe 30 yards. At 6:20 something moved at the edge of that visibility. I want to be careful how I say this because I am an experienced hunter and I know what deer look like in low light and fog. I know what large dogs look like. I know what other hunters moving through timber look like. What I saw was none of those things. It was large, moving between the trees slowly. Not the bounding movement of a spooked deer, and not the methodical pace of a person on foot. Something in between, deliberate, low, like something that knew the fog was there and was using it. I had my rifle up within 2 seconds. I had my scope on the tree line. Nothing there, just fog and timber. I stayed in that stand for 40 minutes without moving. Nothing came back. When the fog burned off, I could see 100 yards in every direction, and the woods were empty. I climbed down and broke camp in under an hour. On the logging road out, I stopped at the first gas station I hit. Small place, 1 pump. A hunting license sign in the window that had been there since the 80s. Old man behind the counter, flannel, white beard, looked at me the way people look at you when they can already tell. He asked where I'd been hunting. I described the general area, the ridge, the elevation, the hollow where I'd set up. He nodded. Then he asked, "How far past the creek did you go?" I told him. About a mile past the main creek, up toward the second ridge. He was quiet for a moment. Said, "That's a ways up." I asked if he'd ever heard of trouble up that way. He looked at me for a long time. He said, "Some of the old families around here don't hunt that ridge anymore. Haven't for a long time." I asked why. He put my coffee on the counter. He said, "I couldn't tell you what it is, but I can tell you it's been there longer than any of us." That was it. I pushed a little, not rudely, just asking, and he shook his head slowly, like I was asking him to explain something that didn't have words. I've thought about that conversation more than I've thought about the thing in the fog. Because the thing in the fog I can almost rationalize. Poor visibility, unfamiliar terrain, an animal I didn't get a clear look at. I've made those explanations work, barely. But the old man knew before I said a word about what I'd seen. He read the look on my face and knew, the way you know a story you've heard before. Something has been on that ridge long enough that people stopped hunting it. Long enough that the knowledge got passed down without anyone writing it down or saying it plainly. Long enough that a stranger can walk into a gas station shaking, and an old man can tell immediately where he's been. That's not an animal that wandered through. That's something permanent. Something with a history that predates everyone currently alive who knows about it. I haven't gone back. I don't think I will. The attic hatch is in the hallway ceiling between the two bedrooms. We never used it. No pull-down stairs, just a panel you push up with a ladder. Nothing up there worth storing. The previous owner said the insulation was good and there was no reason to go up. We took his word for it. The scratching started in November. Subtle at first. The kind of sound you think you might be imagining. We live close to the woods and had dealt with mice before, so we put traps in the crawl spaces and waited. The traps caught nothing. The sounds got louder. By December, it wasn't scratching. It was movement, something with weight, repositioning itself in slow, deliberate stretches across the ceiling above our bedroom, then back toward the hallway. We could track it by sound. Some nights it paced for hours. My wife stopped being able to sleep through it. I went up twice to check. Second time, I found a section of insulation near the far wall flattened and pushed aside, and on the wooden joist above it, 4 parallel scratch marks pressed in deep. I took a photo, came down, and didn't go back up. We called an exterminator. He went up and came back down faster than I expected, said he didn't see anything, recommended sealing gaps in the eaves. He didn't make eye contact. His company never called to follow up. January 9th, 1:15 a.m. I woke to a sound I hadn't heard before. Slow, grinding pressure on the attic hatch, the panel shifting in its frame. I sat up and looked at the hallway. The hatch was moving. I was halfway out of bed when it came open. The panel dropped inward and something came through the opening, unfolding limb by limb the way a spider comes through a gap that looks too small for it. Long arms first, fingers gripping the frame edges, and then the rest of it pulling through and hanging from the opening before dropping to the hallway floor. It landed without a sound. I yelled for my wife, grabbed the bedside lamp, the only thing within reach, and got into the hallway doorway. It was between me and my daughter's room. Standing, 6 feet tall or more, bent slightly because the hallway ceiling was too low for it to straighten fully. Pale, impossibly thin, arms hanging past its knees. It turned its head toward me slowly, that mechanical rotation, and I got my first clear look at the face. There was one. There were features, but they were arranged wrong in a way my brain couldn't process, like a face reconstructed by someone working from a description who had never actually seen one. The eyes were the worst part. 2 of them, right placement, but nothing behind them that looked back. I went at it with the lamp. I hit it twice across the head and shoulder, and both times the impact felt wrong. Not soft, not hard. Something structurally off, like the resistance wasn't where it should have been. Second time I connected, it made a sound. Not a scream, not anything animal. A high, flat tone that hit the back of my molars like a frequency test. Then it moved. It went past me before I could react. I felt it brush my arm, cold and dry, like touching refrigerated leather, and heard the living room window shatter outward, frame and all. Then silence. My arm where it touched me was numb for 3 days. No visible mark, just numb, deep into the muscle. There was blood on the hallway floor the next morning. A smear, dark, too thick. We don't know if it was mine or the creature's. I had a raw patch on my forearm I couldn't account for, like a friction burn. My daughter had slept through all of it. I have never been more grateful for anything in my life. The front window had blown outward, glass in the bushes, frame bent at the bottom where something had pushed through with force. The attic hatch had fresh scratch marks on the underside of the panel, on the inside. It had been working on it for a while before that night, testing it from above, learning how it opened. We were out of the house in 4 days. I sealed the hatch with 3 inches of screws before we left. I still think about whether that was enough. I've worked coal for 16 years. Started underground at 22. Moved to surface operations after a roof fall in 2014 put me in a hospital bed for 6 weeks with 2 crushed vertebrae and a fractured orbital. After that, my wife sat me down and we had the conversation, and I moved to surface crew, running the elevator, doing structural checks, handling the equipment that gets men in and out of the ground. I still know every man who goes down on my shift by name. The number 7 shaft goes 1,100 feet. I worked the 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. surface rotation. First time I saw it was a Thursday morning in October, still full dark when I arrived at 5:45 for pre-shift checks. Walking across the yard toward the head frame, the tall structure over the shaft opening, I looked up and stopped. Something was perched on the crown, 30 feet up, where the wheel housing sits above the shaft. Wings folded against a body that was upright, head angled downward toward the yard below. Red eyes, self-lit, looking down at me specifically, or at least that's how it felt. I stood in the dark and looked up at it for a full minute before the shift supervisor called my name from across the yard. When I looked back up, it was gone. I mentioned it to the supervisor. He asked how late I'd been up. I told him what I saw, and he gave me the look that means the conversation is over. Second morning, I brought binoculars. It was there before I was. I got the binoculars on it, and the detail I remember most, the detail I've never been able to stop seeing, is the hands. Where the wing joints bent, what should have been feathers had something closer to fingers. Long, dark, folded around the structure with the deliberateness of something that grips, not roosting, holding on. Third morning, I told 2 other guys. They came in early with me. One of them, Garrett, 28, 2 kids, one of the best men I've ever worked alongside, said he'd been seeing something on the head frame for the past week and hadn't said anything because of how it would sound. The 3 of us stood in the dark and watched it together until the sun broke the ridge and the yard filled with people. We went to the superintendent. He listened, asked if any of us had been drinking, and told us to get to work. Wednesday, I was running a parts inventory in the surface equipment shed when the ground moved. A vibration you feel in your chest before you hear anything. And then the sound. A low, sustained crack from deep below, and a secondary collapse that hit my sternum like a fist. The number 3 entry had given way at 1,100 feet. 22 men on that section of the shift. I was the first surface worker at the shaft opening. I helped run the elevator down twice before the structural team stopped us. I was there when they brought the first men up through the dark. I won't describe what a roof fall at 1,100 feet does to a man. I've tried and I can't finish the sentence. I'll say that of the 22 men on that entry, 9 came up alive, and 5 of those were airlifted with injuries that changed their lives permanently. I watched all of it happen from 30 feet away, and I have not slept a full night since that morning. Garrett didn't come up. He'd been transferred to that entry rotation 3 days before the collapse. 3 days before, which means he was assigned there the same week we all started seeing it on the head frame. The investigation cited long deteriorating support structures in the number 3 entry, flagged in a prior inspection, and not adequately addressed. The head frame itself was inspected as part of the broader review. The inspector noted unusual scoring on the metal at the crown, marks consistent with something large gripping the same spots repeatedly over an extended period. I gave a statement about what we'd seen. The investigator wrote it down and didn't ask a single follow-up question. 3 nights. It sat on top of that head frame above the shaft opening and looked down at the yard and at the men going underground below it. On the 4th day, the number 3 entry gave way and took 13 men with it. I don't know if it knew or if it came because it knew, or if something in its nature draws structural failure toward it wherever it lands. I've spent 2 years turning all 3 possibilities over. None of them are any more comforting than the others. My grandfather built a cabin on 40 acres in the hills of western North Carolina sometime in the early 60s. He built it himself, which was the kind of thing men in that part of the world did then. And he lived in it part of the year until he got too old to manage the road in winter. When he died 3 years ago, he left the property to my father. When my father died last spring, he left it to me. I hadn't been back since I was 14. I grew up about an hour from it and spent summers there as a kid, but I left the state for college and never really came back. The property had been sitting empty for years. I went up in September to figure out what to do with it. 3 days. Clean out what I could, assess what the cabin needed to be sellable, try to get my head around the fact that both of them were gone, and this was what was left. Grief does strange things to logistics. The cabin was smaller than I remembered, the way everything from childhood is smaller. The path to the creek had been swallowed by 20 years of growth, but the structure was sound. My grandfather built things to last. I got the generator running, cleared enough to sleep, settled in. First 2 days were fine. I worked days and slept hard. The land was quiet in the way mountain land is quiet. Full of sound, just none of it human. Birds, wind in the canopy, the creek below. I slept better than I had since before my father's diagnosis. The third night, something woke me up at around 2 a.m. Not a sound exactly, an absence of sound. The whole mountain going quiet at once, the way it does sometimes. And then into that silence, something moving through the brush on the north side of the cabin. Heavy, slow, taking its time. Whatever it wasn't passing through. I lay still and listened. The movement tracked along the north wall, turned at the back corner, continued down the south side. I could hear the brush parting and settling with each step. I got up and went to the back window. I couldn't see much. The moon wasn't up. Just starlight through the canopy, the brush moving in a line 30 feet from the cabin wall. And I could hear breathing. Not the quick, shallow breath of an excited animal. Slow and even and deliberate, like something that was in no hurry whatsoever. I stood at that window for 20 minutes and watched the line of disturbed brush work its way around the building. Then it stopped. The brush went still. The breathing stopped. The mountain came back to life. Insects, a distant owl, the creek. I didn't sleep again. In the morning, I walked the perimeter. The brush along the north and back walls was disturbed. Stems bent, a few small saplings pushed flat, but the leaf cover was too thick for clean prints. Along the east wall, where the sound had stopped, I found a patch of ground roughly 3 feet wide where the leaves had been scraped back to bare soil. Not by wind, deliberately. And in the exposed soil, 2 parallel lines pressed in, each about 4 feet long, running alongside the cabin wall, like something had crouched and set its weight down on 2 long, narrow points. Not feet, not hands, something I had no framework for. I took photographs. I've shown them to people since. Nobody has been able to tell me what made them. What I keep coming back to is something my grandfather said to me when I was 9 or 10 years old. We were sitting on the porch one evening and he said, once, in a voice that wasn't telling a story, just stating a fact, that the north side of the property was where you didn't go after dark. I asked him why. He said, because something lives up in those hills and it comes down at night, and you don't want to be between it and the cabin when it does. I asked what it was. He shook his head, said he didn't know and didn't want to know, said his father had told him the same thing, and his father before that. I sold the property 2 months after that trip. I didn't tell the buyers about the third night. I didn't mention the cleared ground or the impressions in the soil. I didn't repeat what my grandfather told me on the porch when I was 9. I think about those buyers sometimes. I hope they stay inside after dark. I hope they don't go looking along the north wall for whatever it is that comes down from the hills. Most of all, I hope they never hear what I heard that night. Something large and patient and completely unhurried, walking the perimeter of a cabin it is apparently known about for a very long time. The detective who interviewed me 3 days after Jake died sat across a folding table in a room that smelled like old coffee and told me that my voice was on the footage. He said it calmly, the way people say things when they want to watch your reaction more than they want to hear your answer. He said, "Your voice is on your friend's camera telling him to go toward the river. Can you explain that?" I couldn't explain it then. I still can't in any way that would satisfy a court or a rational person. What I can do is tell you exactly what happened that day in the order it happened, and let you sit with what that means. Jake and I had been planning the Appalachian trip since February. He was the one who found the forums first, the posts about that specific section of trail, the older ones from the 90s and early 2000s, describing hikers who heard voices in the trees. Voices that sounded exactly like other members of their party. The kind of thing you read and file under creepypasta and bored people with too much time. Jake didn't dismiss things easily. That was his gift and, I think now, the thing that killed him. We drove up on a Saturday morning in October, hit the trailhead around noon. The plan was simple. Push a few miles in, make a basic overnight shelter, explore the area we'd read about, come out the following afternoon. We'd done harder trips. We were prepared. We both had GoPros, Jake's mounted on his chest harness, mine on a headband. And we were recording more or less continuously, the way you do when you're hoping to capture something worth showing people later. The first hour was normal, beautiful even. October in those mountains is all red and amber and the smell of wet leaves and elevation. We were covering good ground, talking the way you talk when somewhere feels genuinely remote. No other hikers, no trail markers past the first mile. Just the kind of deep woods that makes you aware of how small you are. The first thing wrong was the silence. Not the pleasant silence of remote wilderness, a different quality. The kind that arrives when the ambient layer of a forest, all the insects and birds and small constant movement you don't notice until it's gone, cuts off simultaneously. We both noticed at the same moment. Jake stopped walking and looked at me and said, "You hear that?" I heard it. The absence of everything. We kept moving. Around 2 in the afternoon we found the area we'd read about. A creek drainage, a steep ridgeline above it. Old growth trees so thick the light was already going brown, even though we had hours before sunset. Jake got his phone out to cross-reference the forum descriptions, said it matched, said he thought we were in the right place. That's when we heard the sound from higher up on the ridge. A long, slow crack, like something large moving through deadfall. Not a deer, too deliberate. We looked up the slope and saw nothing. Jake wanted to push up the ridgeline. I said we should set up shelter first and go up with full gear in the morning. We went back and forth on it. Eventually I agreed to move up the slope, just to the first break in the tree line. Halfway up, Jake slipped. The ground there was mulch over shale, completely unstable, and he went down fast before either of us understood what was happening. Slid 30 feet down a steep decline into a natural gully, heavy brush and fallen timber at the bottom. I heard him hit, and then I heard him groan, which meant he was conscious. "Jake." I was picking my way down, grabbing at roots. "You good? Talk to me." He called back that he'd twisted his ankle. Needed a minute. I could see his hand raised in the brush below. I told him to stay still. I was coming. Then the slope shifted under my right foot, and I grabbed a root and held. And by the time I stabilized, he was another 20 feet below me through the brush, and I couldn't see him clearly. I called down. He called back up, and that's when it started. I don't know how to fully explain what was wrong about his voice. It sounded exactly like him. The pitch, the rhythm, the way he'd been talking all day. but the answers were off. I asked which direction the gully ran, whether he could see the creek. He said something about the trees moving. I asked if he could weight his ankle. He said I should follow the sound to the left. That's not how Jake answered questions. I called down again, asked him specifically if he was hurt badly enough that I should call 911 now, or if he thought he could come up. His voice came back from further left this time, saying to follow him down. He'd been directly below me 40 seconds ago. I stopped moving. I stood on that slope in the October light and I listened, and his voice came again, from further left still, calling my name, telling me to come this way, come toward him. It sounded exactly like him. If I'd closed my eyes and just listened, I would have sworn he was 10 feet away. I called his name at full volume and asked him to tell me something only he would know. There was a pause. Then his voice said, "Chris, just follow me down." I turned around and went back up the slope. I have no clean explanation for why I stopped following the voice. Something in my gut made the decision before my brain finished processing it. The answers were wrong. The direction kept changing, and whatever was making that sound wanted me to follow it down toward the creek, and some part of me that operates below rational thought understood that following it was not something I was going to survive. I got back to the shelter. I grabbed the flashlights and called down the slope for Jake a dozen more times and heard nothing. I called his cell. No signal. I kept calling. At 6 in the evening, with the light completely gone, I hiked out to the trailhead and called 911. Search and rescue went in at first light. They found Jake 4 hours into the search, at the bank of the creek, a quarter mile from where he'd fallen, face down in 3 inches of water. I won't describe in detail what the report said about the condition of his body, about what had been done to him, the extent of the damage, the force required to produce it. What I will tell you is that when the detective showed me the summary weeks later, the word he used was catastrophic. He told me the creek bank around Jake was disturbed over a wide area. He told me whatever happened there wasn't quick. Jake's GoPro survived inside the sealed chest harness. When they reviewed the footage, my voice was on it. Clear, identifiable, time-stamped. The footage shows Jake picking himself up at the bottom of the gully, ankle badly hurt, beginning to make his way back up the slope toward where I'd been standing. And my voice, the exact sound of me, my cadence, the way I say his name, can be heard on that footage directing him. "Go down, Jake. Toward the water. This way, come down here." The footage follows him for 22 minutes as he makes his way down the gully toward the creek, following my voice. In the entire footage, I am never visible, just the voice guiding him. The footage ends when Jake reaches the creek bank. He's filming the water when the footsteps start behind him. Heavy, irregular, wrong in their rhythm. Jake begins to turn. The camera goes to black. The detective sat across from me and asked me to explain why my voice was on that footage. I showed him my own GoPro. Continuous record, time-stamped. During every minute that my voice can be heard on Jake's camera directing him toward the creek, I am visibly on the slope above, at the shelter, or hiking out. The timelines didn't allow for what they were suggesting. They couldn't charge me. But the lead investigator told me off the record that the case was going to be classified undetermined. He said he'd spent 15 years in that county, and that there were older incidents from that same drainage that looked similar. He didn't elaborate. I didn't ask him to. The case is still open. Officially, they don't know what killed Jake. Officially, there is no explanation for whose voice is on that footage leading him down to the water. Something in those woods had been watching us long enough to learn how we sounded. It used my voice to move Jake away from me, and Jake's voice to try to move me down toward the creek. When I stopped following it, it settled for one of us. I turned around on that slope. Jake followed the voice to the water. I think about that every single day, about the gap between those two choices, and how thin that gap was, and how easily it could have been me face down in that creek, and Jake sitting in an interview room unable to explain why his voice was on my camera. The case is still open. It's going to stay that way. We bought the house because of the backyard. That was my wife's non-negotiable. She wanted privacy, green space, somewhere our daughter could play without the whole street watching. Our lot backs directly up to the tree line, with just a wooden fence and about 20 feet of overgrown grass between the yard and the woods. Dense, second-growth forest, the kind that looks impenetrable once the leaves fill in. By July, you can't see more than 8 or 10 feet into it. We knew the woods were there the same way you know a highway is nearby when you live close enough long enough. You stop registering it. It just becomes part of the background. For the first 5 years, nothing happened back there except normal, edge-of-suburb wildlife. A coyote that sent our old dog into a panic for half an hour. Deer at the fence line in the early morning. A fox kit once that my daughter named and checked on every day until it disappeared. We loved the house. We felt settled and private in the particular way you feel settled when a place has stopped feeling new and started feeling like yours. My daughter was 6 years old that October. She has a very specific voice, not loud in a difficult way, just relentlessly present, in every room, narrating her own existence. She makes up songs while she brushes her teeth. She provides commentary on everything she's doing as she does it. And she has a specific way of calling for me, a 2-syllable version of my name that has a particular cadence, a slight drop on the second syllable, a quality that is entirely and only hers. I have heard it thousands of times from every room of every house we have ever lived in. I would know it in a crowd of 1,000 sounds. My wife was away that week, visiting her sister in another state. It was a Tuesday night in mid-October. I put my daughter to bed at 8, cleaned up the kitchen, poured a drink, sat down on the couch. The house was in that specific quiet that exists when a child is genuinely asleep. Not empty, just settled. I remember feeling at ease. I want to name that specifically because of how completely and permanently it ended.